Okay, so there was a bit of a mishap, I guess. We thought it was lunchtime and um thought that the judge said be back at 11:50, but she said be back at 11:15. So, um I had to run out and get the kiddo off the bus and get him squared away and all that jazz before I could get back in here. So we'll have to figure out what we'll do for lunch when lunch actually happens. But what we are going to do is get back in and start over from where we stopped. So, from what I gather, it looks like they went back into the 911 calls. So that's where we'll start. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. Um, we have coffee again. You guys have your coffee? Are you raring to go? Let's share this screen. And I need to exit out. Ooh, oop, oop, oop. Exit a bunch of stuff out here. Sorry. If you heard loud noises, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's see. Let me hit the welcome back, Sherry and Tammy and Freeze. All right, so let's get that playing and I will share it here. There we go. Click that and click this. And looks like we're circling. Hold on. I'm trying to get my stuff back together here. Okay, we have that back up, but it's just circling and circling and circling. I might have to refresh the stream. I don't know.
Okay.
Okay.
All
Here we go.
So, before we broke on Friday evening, I did talk to Miss Payne directly about whether or not she was going to decide to testify or not to testify, and sort of gave the weekend for consideration. Has the defendant made a decision?
Your Honor, we're right there. I believe if we could break for lunch, when we come back for lunch, we could stay. I did have other witnesses that I have subpoenaed. I want to make sure that they are here. And based on that, I can make the definite decision whether she will testify or not. But if we just have the lunch to go over what we've heard today and what we've discussed, we'll be ready to make that announcement afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Tucker. Anything further from the state?
Okay, wait a minute. I might have to rewind it, yeah, because let me go back. Because it was playing live at that point. And we need to get caught up from where we stopped, which is about right here. Okay. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back.
Proceed at this time. Okay,
Yes.
thank you. You may bring the jurors in, Bailiff Ennis. Thank you.
Looks like Hannah got chilly and she put on a big fuzzy jacket. It looks nice and warm. It looks very nice and warm, right? Ooh. Looks comfortable. Um, um, I was fast forwarding through when the last stream ended, and I was like listening back to some of the 911 calls, and she seems to get a little emotional during those, so we'll see that here in a few minutes. We'll see it here in a few minutes, as soon as they get back, as the jury gets back. I wonder who that little lady, the little old lady is in the back there. She got on a red top and her hair is white as snow. I wonder who she is.
You may be seated. The court always appreciates the timeliness with which you respond to the time frames put in place. You may recall that at the beginning of the state's evidence that the 911 tapes were published, but the volume was low, and so the clarity was affected. And so the state has made a motion to republish those 911 tapes. And so I have granted the motion, and they're going to do that at this time. Yes.
For the record, we will be publishing States Exhibit 3 for Terry Robinson's 911 calls, States Exhibit 4, the defendant's 911 calls, and States Exhibit 6, Tiana McCrae's 911 call.
Okay, thank you. Is there an objection?
I would raise the objection we had at the bench, but understand.
Right, so the court has ruled and has allowed the state to republish.
Hi, Deborah.
The first 911 call that we will publish will be Terry Robinson's calls.
Hey, we have an accident up here by Clark House and Forest Parkway, Clark House and Forest Parkway. It's a truck, unfortunately hit a vehicle, and I'm looking at the guy now, he's pretty good, he's moving and everything. But we had a truck that had an incident with a vehicle. Clark House and Forest Parkway.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a semi-tractor trailer and it's a pickup truck.
A red Dakota?
Yes, red Dakota.
Okay, does it say that you want to start it in dirt?
But you need assistance, you get an ambulance? Sir. Yes, sir, it's okay. You need an ambulance, sir? He's not saying anything. So you okay? Yeah.
Okay, is he saying that he needs assistance? He needs an ambulance or no?
All right. Sir, do you need assistance? You need an ambulance, okay? Well, I mean, you with this, well, are you okay?
We have solution around for this.
Yes, kind of aware. I'm a state officer. I work for the CDC. So, yeah, that's why I pulled over.
Is there any airbags for
She was there. She was there. Nah, I'm still there.
I'm sorry?
No, man, I'm talking to the gentleman who drives the tractor trailer truck.
Mm-hmm.
And he was, the car swerving in. don't even know what happened. She fell asleep. So you leave the vehicle there. Don't start it. Don't start it. It's smoking. Sir, just stop. Right there, right there.
Are they obstructing the roadway?
I saw from the I saw the car coming. And then I see the light was green. Yes. You had green. You had green.
Okay, sir.
Yes.
I was going to be out there, okay?
Yes, ma'am. We'll apologize for that, ma'am.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Clayton County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Clark Howell and Forest Parkway. We had a call earlier, and it's been over like 20 minutes now, and no police or no ambulance has shown up at this location. And like I said, it's a ball, a red Dakota, and a semi-tractor truck, and none has showed up at this moment in time.
Okay, I just see the call. We already have someone on the way.
The reason why I'm asking that because the driver who caused the accident, I think he's impaired. Something's going on with him. And so the thing about we're trying to tell him is to turn his vehicle off of the smoke, and he's not following command. So that's why I'm asking to see what if he's moving his ears. He's going to drive off now. He's driving off. He's driving off. Take a picture of the driving light. Take a picture quick. He's driving off. He's driving off.
Where's he going towards?
Yeah, he's heading towards Riverdale Road. Upper Riverdale Road. That's where he's headed.
What kind of vehicle is it? Is
He's
that
in
the
the
red
red
Dakota?
Dakota. Get out the road, sir. Get out the road. Hurry up.
What's the tag number?
Red Dakota, front end damage to his red Dakota. Did you get a picture of the driver light? The tag. Oh man, let's get out the road. Get out the road. He's headed towards Riverdale Road, heading towards 285 area. Riverdale Road. He's heading west on Forest Parkway towards the area.
Give me one
Okay, good. Go. He's gone. Now the other driver who was and she's going to take a picture of the vehicle. Yeah, he's flooding. He's
How many
an
vehicles
African
were
American.
involved?
Two vehicles. His vehicle and the truck. The truck is still here. The driver of the truck is still here. And so, sir, step out the road. Just step out the road, please. So he's in a red Dakota. It's a 96 model, give or take 97 model. He's an older black gentleman, gray hair, blue shirt on, and front end damage. Heavily front end damage in front. Heavily front end. I knew he was going to do something. If I was in uniform, I would have picked a T, but I didn't. So
Okay. So
he's heading toward that area. If we get police up that way, I knew traffic. I knew there was an incident up that way. Hopefully, that there's another officers on that see him.
give me one moment.
I knew it was RHA 5933. There it was. RHA 5933. RHA 5933.
I got it. Robert Henry Adams 5933.
Yes. It's okay. She got it. It's all there. Yeah. Hopefully the lady in the Jeep was almost in the residence, so she turned around and she went after him. So she's gonna take a picture of his vehicle and stuff. Can't even believe it. I knew he was something wrong with it, guy. I knew it. God. This is crazy. Yeah. Well, you're not gonna get far. This truck's gonna overheat. This truck is gonna overheat. Okay, ma'am, you have my number. If anything, y'all can hit me back. But I'm here with the driver of the truck, the semi-truck, and everything. So my number, you have it.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
The state will now republish the defendant's 911 calls, which were state's exhibits 4.
Clayton County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually on Forest Parkway and Clark Howell Highway. And there was just an accident. I'm sure they've already called, but I just witnessed it, and I just wanted to make sure that I guess, called the police as well in case they didn't.
All right. Were they on? What were the kind of vehicles involved?
It's a red Dodge pickup truck. I think it's a Dakota, and a semi was involved. And the red Dakota ran the red light and slammed into the side of the semi.
It doesn't look like we received any reports on it yet. I'll go ahead and put in a call here.
Okay.
Red Dakota. And were they on Forest Parkway or on Clark Howell?
The semi and I were turning left onto Forest Parkway, and the Dakota was going west on Forest Parkway.
Oh, okay. And what's your name?
My name is Hannah, Hannah. Last name is Payne, Payne.
And what's your callback number?
470-512-1847.
We appreciate you calling this in. We'll get someone out there and try to assist them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Clayton County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on Clark Howell and Forest Parkway, the intersection. I actually called about 20 minutes ago for an accident, and no one has shown up yet. But I am under the impression that the guy that caused the accident, who ran the red light, is drunk, and he's gotten back in his car, and he's looking like he's trying to drive away.
Okay, can you get his tag number?
Hold on. Oh, he's driving away. It's a red Dodge Dakota. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Okay, so he is going west, down Clark Howell, down Forest Parkway.
Okay, so you couldn't get a tag number?
No, but I'm catching up to him right now.
Okay, ma'am, we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. And it's
I
not
understand.
to chase him.
I understand 100%. I'm just going to get the tag number, if nothing else. But I am going west down Forest Parkway. And I'm almost up to him. I mean, his radiator is busted and everything. So I honestly have no idea how he's driving the truck the way that it is. Okay. It is a Georgia tag. License plate is RHA as in Apple 4859.
Okay. So if you can go back to that location where the incident happened, it's because someone is actually on the way to you guys now.
Okay, well, there's a police officer there, but he is drunk. I'm sorry that I'm here to tell you I'm not going to follow him because he is going to cause another accident. So I will stay behind him until an officer can get to us, but until then, I'm not moving.
Yeah, no, that's what I want. I want you guys to go back to the location where it happened, and an officer will be out there momentarily, okay? Ma'am. Ma'am. Yes.
Ma'am, he just pulled the trigger of my gun in my hand while he was.
Ma'am,
I need a police
you were not
officer
supposed
now.
to follow him.
He hit my car.
Okay, you got the tag number.
There's a police officer down the street. Tell them to come up here now. He pulled the trigger on my gun after he attacked me. Tell the police officer to turn around from the 285 entrance and come up here immediately. And now he needs paramedics. I'm safe, but he ain't. Can you say? You say what happened?
It's a thermometer, Mickey.
Okay, ma'am, where are you guys located now? Ma'am.
I don't know. I did. No, I don't.
Okay, ma'am.
There's a police officer here now.
Okay, speak with them.
All right.
Yeah,
State
JC.
will now republish State's Exhibit 6, which is Tiana McCraney's 911 call.
Clayton County 911 was
It's a cop.
Clayton, I'll try for the transfer. Hold on, sweetheart. Call it by Forest Parkway and Riverdale Road.
Yes, she shot him.
Okay.
She
Hello?
shot him.
Hello?
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm on the intersection of Phoenix Boulevard and Riverdale, right before the highway. Is this woman?
Okay.
So, sorry, they got it was like a merging lane, and then it was a merging lane, and then she like got impatient and went around him for no reason because it was coming traffic, and then he almost hit her because she did that, so he braked suddenly, but then she got mad and hopped out her car, and then she pulled out her gun and started screaming at him, and he was like, what the heck? And then she was like, I will shoot you, and she started hitting him. Yes.
Okay, and where are you guys?
We're right by the exit of 285 West and 285 North, and it's like Phoenix Boulevard goes one way.
Okay, yeah, I have somebody on the line for that. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Those are really tough to listen to.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Are you still there?
Sorry, yes, I'm still here.
Okay, you said she pulled out a gun.
Yes.
Did she shoot the gun?
We heard a gunshot, and then one guy got out his car, and he was like, yo, we need an ambulance. Now I'm blocked in. The guy was like, we need an ambulance. I don't know if she shot him or not. Sorry, dude. And now, did she shot him? She shot him. What?
What type of vehicle were they in?
She's getting locked up. He was in like
Hi, Amelia.
It's like a brown pickup. It's a small Dakota.
Okay.
And she's a Jeep.
Okay, we have someone in with us, okay?
They're there already. But okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the state have any other witnesses that it intends to call?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
Okay.
Oh, the state is done.
Okay, so the state has rested, meaning that all the evidence that they intend to adduce in this case has been presented to you at this time. And so there are things that I need to take up with defense counsel and the state at this time. And so I'm going to excuse you at this time. I think it's an appropriate time to take a lunch break. It is now approximately 11:40. I'm going to give an extended lunch because there are things that the court has to do with both the state and defense attorney at this time. And so I'm going to instruct you to be back at 1:45 this afternoon. So you're excused. Have a good lunch.
Wow. Okay, so making last minute decisions here. Is she going to take the stand? She's not going to take the stand. She seems really, I think it's getting real now because she knows that the state is done. And now she's like, okay, this is it. This is getting real.
I requested lottery to get she's over here. I hadn't heard that. We may take a brief 3-4 minute break.
And we can, Attorney Tucker, but I think that any motion you're going to make, you would probably just make now and then we'll take a break.
Yes.
Because I don't expect that your motion will be extended.
Yes, sir. You join me in the motion?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would make a motion for directed verdict based on the facts that have been presented here, based on the evidence that we've heard so far. I would, and I'll go through each charge one at a time, and then that's a good report.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I would make a motion for directed verdict that the state has not carried the heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense malice murder, as they've stated in their allegation that Hannah Payne did on May 7, 2019, with malice aforethought, caused the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. The evidence we've heard are contradicting testimony of what's going on. We've heard one witness say that she came out and held him at gunpoint. We had one witness come out, say she jumped in the window. We had one witness come out and say the accident happened somewhere else besides where the other two. They said that disputed testimony. Some say the gun was holstered until the car hit her car. Some say she came out with it pulled. We heard testimony from the forensic examiner who said the angle of the bullet in the entrance was a slight right to left, which the theory that was shot outside the vehicle And we saw the video that is not a correct account of what happened. In the video, we heard testimony saying that they were fighting over the gun, going back and forth. And then upon the gun going off, immediately she picks up the phone and requests assistance from the police and an ambulance. She's not a nurse, she's not a doctor, but she does the best thing she could. She explains to 911 what happened and requests assistance for him, for Mr. Herring. So in no way or form has anybody come in and proven there was malice of any. There was no malice, no testimony of her saying, you know what, today this guy caused an accident, I'm going to take his life. There's no testimony, there's no evidence that even gives an inclination that that is what was going on. And even though you have people say, oh, she had no remorse or whatnot, she was still on the phone attempting to get an ambulance to come there. She stood and she argued or explained to the bystanders she didn't have her finger on the trigger. This was not anything that had intent. This was a situation where she got grabbed, she was being pulled, and she pulled the gun to defend, and then he grabbed it, and the gun went off. And from her, on the 911, her statements on the 911, that he went off based on him grabbing the gun and his finger pulling the trigger. There's no malice that has been established in any form or fashion to constitute or even prove anywhere near a reasonable doubt that she did do malice murder. And should the court see and review the testimony the way I have, then that would basically take out the malice murder and the gun charge that was with it, count 6. Then I move to count 2, felony murder, where it says that on the 7th of May 2019, while on the commission of aggravated assault as alleged, a felony that caused the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being, the testimony was that, once again disputed, you don't know if the gun was on her hip or the gun was pulled or what to believe, but based on the video and the testimony from Mr. Williams, who had the video kind of corroborated exactly what he said, that the gun was never pulled until after the struggle was ensuing, and that the individual other accounts were that the vehicle had stopped and not hit her vehicle, but then did accelerate and hit her vehicle. And no one was able to give an account of the position of her, whether she was on the side of the car, whether she was on front of the car. We did hear somebody say it was like an inch, but anybody who would say it was like an inch would have said the car's hit. So I'm not sure how we can use the weight of that testimony because it doesn't appear to be possible or logical. The gun was not pulled until after she is screaming stop. They're going back and forth the struggle. You saw pictures of her shirt ripped. You saw the pictures of the scratches all on her neck, her arms. You saw the swollen wrist. All of these show that there was a struggle ensued. And the testimony, they said that she was hitting him or punching him. There were no bruises. From the forensic examiner, she said there were no bruises or contusions or anything on his body except for a pin-sized bruise on his left shoulder where the seatbelt would go. But it was not the size of a seatbelt, but a pin top size.
Is it cutting out for anybody
Therefore,
else?
To pull the gun, she had to use for self-defense as he was continuously grabbing, pulling, and revving up his car and driving. And in the 911 tape, at one point she starts screaming, you hear the revving of the vehicle, which confirmed that the revving of the vehicle was to drive off or to hit, or I'm not sure what his intentions were, but from a reasonable person's view who comes out with a phone to say, here, I have the police on the phone, it's not reasonable for somebody to rev up the engine or grab her or try to ram her or her vehicle. She stated in the 911 call, he just hit my car. And luckily it was his car, her car, and not her.
Yes, Lee, the state's
as for
rested.
the aggravated assault upon him grabbing and suing, You saw pictures that were in the truck. A lot of people didn't hear what was being said from inside the truck, but there was a lot of instruments in there that could have been used for serious immediate bodily harm. There was a knife, there was a small saw, there were needles all over the place. All of these could have been used to cause immediate harm to my client, and she was only able to pull a gun to try to deter him from continuing with the actions he was doing. And she stated she never had her finger in the trigger. Therefore, it was never an intent to pull a gun and shoot. It was for protection and to deter him from his actions there. And therefore, because the aggravated assault has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the felony murder in count 2 should not survive the directed verdict based on the facts that it has not given rise beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravated assault occurred in the manner it was accused to make an assault upon the person of Kenneth Herring. It was pulled as protection and to deter him from continuing his actions that he had continuously did, even though you heard her screaming, "Stop, stop, stop." And therefore, if the court sees it, and I presume they will, sees count 2 and count 3 would be resolved with the directed verdict, and that would take out the count 7 of the commission of the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And I would bring the court's attention to count 4, where they said the felony murder with the underlining felony being false imprisonment. The state has put testimony up there that said the car was going, she pulled in, you saw the angle. 2 of them said that they did not, it stopped in front of him, that he had space. One says like an inch, one says not sure how much the space is, one didn't really have an angle to see it. But they all confirm that there was not a collision, that the car was there. And as we saw from the pictures that were tendered, there was plenty of room to move or to go to one side or the other. The guy that was filming it was driving right there beside it. Should Mr. Herring have wanted to move or not participate in what was going on, he could have easily driven out, backed up, after hitting the car, backed up and drove off. And once again, the presumption is that he had the ability to do that, and it was not that the car stopped him from doing that, that his truck was leaking radiator fluid, that the truck was badly damaged. And you heard the testimony from the state officer saying this car ain't going far. It's smoking and it's leaking fluid. That engine's going to stop soon enough. We haven't heard any testimony from the state to say that the vehicle was operational, that after the event when they came to get the vehicle, that it was able to drive. So him being in that position was at his own actions. He drove forward and hit the vehicle. Now, could he have driven off? From the testimony, from the views and the pictures, it appears so. But if the vehicle was not properly running at that time, based on the damage, based on the loss of radiator fluid, based on a lot of factors, that is why he was there. Not because of a car pulling in front of him. With that being said, he had the door locked, or it appeared the door was locked, so nobody could get into the vehicle. That is another reason that he was not able to get out, because he had his window down and the door appeared to be locked or damaged, so it was unable to be opened. All of these do not give rise to beyond a reasonable doubt. There are many theories that can be brought on out there, but evidence has not been presented to confirm one way or the other. Evidence wasn't even presented to talk about the vehicle and was it operational after he accelerated and hit Miss Payne's car. So to try to categorize Miss Payne as the proximate cause of why he was there in the state he was, or why the vehicle was unable to move, or why he was unable to move, is not at the hands of Miss Payne. It's the hands of him and that vehicle and his actions. He had reasonable means of escape. He could have just backed up and pulled off. He didn't have to ram her car. He didn't have to accelerate forward. You saw the video driving down right to the left, and that car kept moving. Did not appear to be, any kind of traffic or anything impeding him from driving slowly by and watching it. As you look to the right side in one of the pictures, he didn't even have to go on the sidewalk. He could have scooted around her without even going on the sidewalk. No one said there was something on the sidewalk that was stopping him or impeding him from going that angle and moving on. So to say that she caused false imprisonment or is the cause of that has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, not through the evidence that we've heard so far. And because they have not proven that felony, it would not give rise to felony murder because the underlying felony of false imprisonment has not been proven. There's numerous theories out there. There's numerous things that occurred that were not even touched or addressed. And therefore, because false imprisonment was not done by Ms. Payne, then count 4 should fail because it does not give rise to the felony that would justify the felony murder, which would take out count 8, the possession of the firearm during the commission of a felony. Therefore, based on all the evidence we've heard so far, the testimonies and the lack of testimony to explain, the state has not carried their burden beyond a reasonable doubt to prove any of these 8 cases. And I respectfully request this court to grant my directed verdict motion. Thank you.
The state's response.
Judge, as you're aware, the standard is whether or not there is sufficient evidence for a jury to decide the case and the charges, and you have to view the light and the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. As it relates to malice and malice murder, as the jury charges
Hi,
that
Mary
we have
Lou.
provided and that defense has provided, malice is not ill will or hatred. It is basically the intent to kill, and it can be formed in a moment. And I think that the evidence that has been provided regarding this defendant's demeanor and her conduct, including her own words on the 911 call, where she is cursing, screaming, telling the victim, "I will shoot you," which is basically her stating her specific intent to kill. And all of the witnesses who indicated that she was striking the victim. And then her own statement, basically, when she tells us all why she killed him, because he hit her car. And so the state has provided sufficient evidence for the jury to consider malice murder in this particular case based on all of the facts and circumstances that have been provided. As it relates to felony murder, aggravated assault, the uncontroverted evidence is that the defendant had a firearm, which is a deadly weapon per se, and that the victim, as testified to by the witnesses, was placed in a reasonable apprehension of receiving a violent injury. All of the witnesses indicated he looked shocked and confused, and that would be consistent with someone who is placed in a reasonable apprehension of receiving a bodily injury. Therefore, felony murder based on aggravated assault and the aggravated assault have been met. As it relates to the false imprisonment, the only thing that is required for the state to prove is that the defendant, as noted in the indictment, detained the victim without lawful authority. There is absolutely no evidence that she had any lawful authority to do any of this. And all of the witnesses described that the victim was cornered, that she trapped him, that she maneuvered to block him. The fact that he could have tried to figure out a way to back around all the cars and drive on the sidewalk does not does not negate the fact that he was detained by this defendant. The photographs, most of them, depict circumstances that existed once all of the cars were removed. That was the evidence from the witnesses in this case, certainly from Sergeant Ritchie, who indicated that those photographs were taken much later. So the traffic circumstances are more reflected in the video, and the fact that their vehicles are touching. Her wheels are clearly turned in order to block him in order to detain him in all of the photographs. He has nowhere to go. So he is detained as intended by the statute for false imprisonment, and therefore the false imprisonment and the felony murder associated with that, there is sufficient evidence for those to go to the jury. And in fact, Judge, all of the evidence is she's standing, even though she's telling him to get out of the car, she's basically standing there. She's right at his driver's side door, and she's holding a gun to him. So his choices are try to drive back up or try to get around her car even though it's blocking him in, or drive another way when there's a gun there. So he is very clearly detained, and we would ask that you deny the directed verdict on that as well, and as it relates to all of the gun charges that support that. I think the only other indication is a conversation about who pulled the trigger, and Judge, the state tendered I believe it's State's Exhibit number 22, if I may retrieve it.
There's been a lot of snotting and sneezing going on in the courtroom, it looks like, Sherry. Welcome back, another CG. Nope, I'm not ill, Mary Lou. Not at all. How are you doing today? Hi, Dawn.
Yes.
Which reflects her finger on the trigger very clearly. Even aside from that, the state's contention is that once the defendant is the aggressor, which is exactly how she has been described, what's in the victim's vehicle, his conduct, how he drove toward her vehicle, which again, you saw photos of the damage, a term that I use loosely, based on smudges, 2 smudges on her tire and her, I guess that's the wheel wall fender. There is no evidence that this victim made any attempt to ram her or run her over. The indication is, as from all of the witnesses, were asked her demeanor. Aggressive, aggressive, very aggressive. Once she is noted as the initial aggressor, as the aggressor on scene, nothing that Mr. Herring did is relevant. She could talk about it, but it's really not relevant to her defense because she is no longer eligible to claim self-defense once she is the aggressor. And that is in the jury charge, the pattern jury charge, that the initial aggressor cannot claim self-defense and cannot use self-defense. So we believe that the evidence in this case is more than sufficient to allow the jury to deliberate and to reach a verdict on each and every charge listed in the indictment.
So the court, having heard arguments from defense counsel as well as from the state, has determined that there is sufficient evidence for the case to be released to the jury and for them to deliberate and decide the case. The jury can view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, and so the case will be released to the jury on all the counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
If you can clarify, you just said the evidence would be released to the jury and most favorable to the state. Is that your decision, or
My decision is to deny the motion for
Right.
directed verdict, and because the court has determined that there's sufficient evidence for the case to be released to the jury to be deliberated upon and for them to decide the case on all the counts 1 through 8.
But there still is a presumption of innocence that goes with my client when it's released to the jurors, correct?
I have said nothing that would indicate anything different,
Okay, I
Attorney
misheard.
Tucker.
I misheard. I thought I heard that.
Okay. All right, so before we broke on Friday evening, I did talk to Miss Payne directly about whether or not she was going to decide to testify or not to testify, and sort of gave the weekend for consideration. Has the defendant made a decision?
Your Honor, we're right there. I believe if we could break for lunch, when we come back for lunch, we could stay. I did have other witnesses that I have subpoenaed. I want to make sure that they are here. And based on that, I can make the definite decision whether she will testify or not. But if we just have the lunch to go over what we've heard today and what we've discussed, we'd be ready to make that announcement afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Tucker. Anything further from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. All right. So it's 12. I did instruct the jury to be back by 1:45. The court has to go through the jury charges. But it is my understanding that the defense will be adducing evidence.
I've got to make sure that my witnesses are present and then I can speak with my client, but our intent is to have something brought out. I just want to make sure the witnesses are here or available, and then I will discuss with my client.
Okay. All right. So at some point, I do want to review the jury charges, so I will do that after your decision whether you're going to present evidence or not. And if you are, I'll allow you to do that, and then we can release the jurors and do our jury charges.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So court stands adjourned until 1:45 p.m.
All right. So, 1:45. That's a little less than an hour. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Yeah, I've just been sitting here working around on this, some shop stuff. Mary Lou and Dawn. Yeah. Yeah, Dawn, missed the morning. Tammy says, I didn't understand why she can't claim the self-defense. And JC, yeah, because they just said because she was the aggressor. So yeah, that is why. Let's see. Why does it go? Why does it go to jury on counts without defense? JC says, I want to try diamond art. Oh, you should, JC. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Very good for anxiety relief and all the stress relief and all that kind of stuff. It's a really good craft. All right, you guys, what should we do? Yeah, we can go back and listen. Sherry, if you want to go back and listen to these 911 calls again, we could do that until it is easy, JC. Yes, 100%. Very easy. Should we, do you guys want to go back and listen to the 911 calls again? I could listen to her 911 call, because like over and over, because it's like every time you listen to it, you hear something new, you know? So we could totally do that. Otherwise, we might have to cut it and have a part 3 and come back after lunch. Actual after lunch. You guys let me know what you want to do. Let me know what you want to do. Tammy says she'll be back. So, I'm not so sure. I also didn't like how he just said, give us till after lunch before I decide if she's going to take the stand. I'm like, that didn't sound good. Because it's not your decision, it's hers. Ay, ay, ay. A good diamond painting makes a big difference too, JC. I'll let Jenny explain. Yeah. Yeah, JC, they sell diamond paintings at Hobby Lobby and Michael's. Yes, they do. They do. They sell them all kinds of places, but those are 2 if you're like, did not sound confident when he said that. Well, I'm just thinking, it's not, and they're really big, like the judges like really makes a point to make sure, that she comes to this decision on her own accord. The way he said that just kind of was like, let me make the decision if she's going to testify. And I'm like, he should have said, when we come back from lunch, I will give you her decision on whether she wants to testify. Or she can give you her decision. I don't know. Just sounded kind of weird. Okay, I stay right around the corner from Hobby Lobby. JC's like, man, I love a good Hobby Lobby. Right? So I'm just sitting here piddling around working on some little bitty things. Good morning, Billy. Good morning, Billy. How are you this morning? Well, it's not morning anymore. Not for me, anyway. Yeah, right, Mickey. She says she caught that too. It's not your call, bro. Bruh. Right? Let's go back and listen to the 911 calls again. That's my vote. All right. Hey, Joanne. Hey, Joanna. How are you? Billy's doing good. Almost 10 there. Ah, nice. All right. Let me... What time did she say they would be back? 1:45? All right, let's go back. We'll listen to these 911 calls again. Okay.
Motion to republish those 911 tapes. And so I have granted the motion, and they're going to do that at this time. Yes.
Publishing states Exhibit 3 for Terry Robinson's 911 calls, states Exhibit 4, the defendant's 911 calls, and states Exhibit 6, Tiana McCrae's 911 calls.
Okay, thank you. Is there an objection?
I would raise the objection we had at the bench, but understanding.
Right, so the court has ruled and has allowed the state to republish.
First 911 call that we will publish will be Terry Robinson's calls.
Clayton County GA, what's the location?
Hey, we have an accident up here by Clock House and Forest Parkway, Clock House and Forest Parkway. It's a truck, unfortunately hit a vehicle, and I'm looking at the guy now, he's pretty good, he's moving and everything. But we had a truck that had an incident with a vehicle. Clock House and Forest Parkway.
What kind of truck is it?
It's a semi-tractor trailer and it's a pickup truck.
A red
A
Dakota?
Yes, red Dakota.
Okay, does it say that you want to try to insert?
So you need assistance, you need an ambulance? Sir. Yes, sir, it's okay. You need an ambulance, sir? He's not saying anything. So you okay? Yeah.
Okay, is he saying that he needs assistance? He needs an ambulance or no?
All right. Sir, do you need assistance? You need an ambulance, okay? Well.
You guys, I've been sitting here talking this whole time and I'm muted. Ay, ay, ay. So, Joanna, hi. What I was saying is the state rested and they're going to be making the decision whenever they come back from lunch if Hannah is going to be testifying. So, yes. That's the plan anyway. And I'm really hoping that she does testify because I don't know. I just think it would be good to hear her. I don't know. I think it would be good to hear her version, especially if she's explaining the whole self-defense thing. But, I mean, yeah, I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. So, we don't know yet, Joanna. We have to wait for them to come back from lunch, and then we'll find out if she's going to take the stand. So I'm going to push play, and we'll listen to these. It's like all of the 911 calls combined. It's the 911 calls from the corrections officer, from Hannah herself, and from another. I think there was that one other witness, or I think there was one more. I'm not positive. I can't remember now. Okay, let's go.
I mean, you with this, well, are you okay?
We have to push them around, so
Yeah, kind of where. I'm a state officer. I work with a GDC. So, yeah, that's 540.
is any airbags
She was there. She was there. Nah, she left.
I'm sorry.
No, man, I'm talking to the gentleman who drives the tractor trailer truck. And he was the car towards the end. You know what happened. She fell asleep. So you need to be into that. Don't start it. Don't start it because you're smoking. Sir, let's start. Right there, right there.
Are they obstructing the roadway?
I saw from the I saw the car coming. So it needs to and then I see the light was green. Yes. You had green. You had green.
Okay, so we
Yes.
I was going to be out there, okay?
Yes, ma'am. We'll apologize for that, ma'am.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Clayton County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Clark Howell and Forest Parkway. We had a call earlier, and it's been over like 20 minutes now, and no police or no ambulance have shown up at this location. And like I said, it's a red Dakota and a semi-tractor truck, and none has showed up at this moment in time.
Okay, I just took a call. We already have someone on the way.
The reason why I'm asking that because the driver who caused the accident, I think he's impaired. Something's going on with him. And so the thing about we're trying to tell him to turn his vehicle off of the smoke, and he's not following the command. So that's why I'm asking to see what if he's moving his ears. He's going to drive off, man. He's driving off. He's driving off. Take a picture of the driver light. Take a picture quick. He's driving off. He's driving off.
Where's he going towards?
Yeah, he's heading towards Riverdale Road. Upper Riverdale Road. That's what he said.
What kind of vehicle is it? Is
He's
that
in
the
the red
red Dakota?
Dakota. Get out the road, sir. Get out the road. Hurry up.
What's the tag number?
Red Dakota, front end damage to his red Dakota. Did you get a picture of the driver light? The tag. Oh man, let's get out the road. Get out the road. He's headed towards Riverdale Road, heading towards 285 area. Riverdale Road. He's heading west on Forest Parkway towards the area.
Give me one
Okay, good. Go. He's gone. Now the other driver who was and she's going to take a picture of the yeah, he's fled. He's
How many
an
vehicles
African
were
American.
involved?
Two vehicles. His vehicle and the truck. The truck is still here. The driver of the truck is still here. And so step out the road. Just step out the road, please. So he's in a red Dakota. It's a 96 model, you can say 97 model. He's an older black gentleman, gray hair, blue shirt on, and front end damage. Heavily front end damage in front. Heavily front end. I knew he was going to do something. If I was in uniform, I would have picked a see, but I did. So
Okay. So
he's heading toward that area. If we get a policeman up that way, I knew traffic. I knew there was an incident up that way. Hopefully, that there's another officers on that see him.
give me one moment.
I knew it was RHA 5933. There it was. RHA 5933. RHA 5933.
20 minutes for what?
I got it.
Another
Robert
CG.
Henry Adams 5933.
Yes.
You mean before they waited 20 minutes and he still had the ambulance still hadn't shown up?
Hopefully the lady in the Jeep was almost in the residence, so she turned around and she went after him. So she's gonna take a picture of his vehicle and stuff. Can't you believe it? I knew there was something wrong with that guy. I knew it. God. This is crazy. Yeah. Well, you're not gonna get far. This truck's gonna overheat. This truck is gonna overheat. Okay, ma'am, you have my number. If anything, y'all can hit me back. But I'm here with the driver of the truck, the semi-truck, and everything. So my number, you have it.
Okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
The state will now republish the defendant's 911 calls, which were state's exhibits 4.
Clayton County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually on Forest Parkway and Clark Howell Highway. And there was just an accident. I'm sure they've already called, but I just witnessed it, and I just wanted to make sure that I guess, called the police as well in case they didn't.
All right. Were they on? What were the kind of vehicles involved?
It's a red Dodge pickup truck. I think it's a Dakota, and a semi was involved. And the red Dakota ran the red light and slammed into the side of the semi.
It doesn't look like we received any reports on it yet. I'll go ahead and put in a call here.
Okay.
Red Dakota. And were they on Forest Parkway or on Clark Howell?
The semi and I were turning left onto Forest Parkway, and the Dakota was going west on Forest Parkway.
Oh, okay. And what's your name?
My name is Hannah, Hannah. Last name is Payne, Payne.
And what's your callback number?
470-512-1847.
We appreciate you calling this in. We'll get someone out there and try to assist them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Clayton County 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on Clark Howell.
That busted my eardrums when that started. Scared me.
I called about 20 minutes ago for an accident, and no one has shown up yet. But I am under the impression that the guy that caused the accident, who ran the red light, is drunk, and he's gotten back in his car, and he's looking like he's trying to drive away.
Okay, can you get his tag number?
Hold on, he's driving away. It's a red Dodge Dakota. Give me 1 second, hold on. Okay, so he is going west, down down Forest Parkway.
Okay, so you couldn't get a tag number?
No, but I'm catching up to him right now.
Okay, ma'am, we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. And it's
I
not
understand.
to chase him.
I understand 100%. I'm just going to get the tag number, if nothing else. But I am going west down Forest Parkway. And we are almost up to him. I mean, his radiator is busted and everything. So I honestly have no idea how he's driving the truck the way that it is. Okay. It is a Georgia tag. License plate is RHA as in apple, 4859.
Okay. So if you can go back to that location where the incident happened, it's because someone is actually on the way to you guys now.
Okay, well, there's a police officer there, but he is drunk. I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you I'm not going to follow him. Because he is going to cause another accident. So I will stay behind him until an officer can get to us. But until then, I'm not moving.
Yeah, no, that's what I want. I want you guys to go back to the location where it happened, and an officer will be out there momentarily, okay? Ma'am. Ma'am. follow him?
He hit my car!
Okay, you got the tag number.
There's a police officer down the street. Tell them to come up here now. He pulled the trigger on my gun after he attacked me. Tell the police officer to turn around from the 285 entrance and come up here immediately. And now he needs paramedics. I'm safe, but he ain't. Can you say? You say what happened?
Wow. Mm-mm-mm.
Okay, ma'am, where are you guys located now? Ma'am.
I don't know. I did. No, I don't.
Okay, ma'am.
Oh, that was
Police officer here now.
that was that point.
All
Yeah.
right.
That was that point where you see on the body cam footage the police officer show up and he says, "Do you have any more guns in your vehicle?" or something like that.
State Exhibit 6, which is Tiana McCraney's 911 call.
Clayton County 911 was
It's a
Hey,
cop.
Clayton, I'll type of the transfer. Hold on, sweetheart. Call it by Forest Parkway and Riverdale Road.
Yes, she shot him.
Okay.
She
Hello?
shot him.
Hello?
Hi. I'm sorry. I'm on the intersection of Phoenix Boulevard and Riverdale, right before the highway. Is this woman? Okay. So, sorry. They got it was like a merging lane, and then it was a merging lane, and then she like got impatient and went around him for no reason because it was coming traffic, and then he almost hit her because he did that. So he braked suddenly, but then she got mad and hopped out her car, and then she pulled out her gun and started screaming at him, and he was like, "What the heck?" And then she was like, "I was just doing," and she started hitting him. Yes.
Okay, and where are you guys?
We're right by the exit of 285 West and 285 North, and it's like Phoenix Boulevard goes one way.
Okay, yeah, I have somebody on the line for that. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Brenda, that's not the lady that testified earlier today. The that lady that we just heard the phone call, she testified on day 1. Yeah, the calm one on the 911 call, that would have been a different gal that was there on day 1 that testified.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Are you still there?
Sorry, yes, I'm still here.
Okay, you said she pulled out a gun.
Yes.
Did she shoot the gun?
We heard a gunshot, and then one guy got out his car, and he was like, "Yo, we need an ambulance." Now I'm blocked in. The guy was like, "We need an ambulance." I don't know if she shot him or not. Sorry, dude. And now, did she shot him? She shot him. What?
What type of vehicle were they in?
She's getting locked up. He was in like a. Hold on. Let me get out. It's like a brown
Okay, we have someone in route, okay?
They're there already. But okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the state have any other witnesses that it intends to call?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
Okay. Okay, so the state has rested, meaning that all the evidence that they intend to adduce in this case has been presented to you at this time. And so there are things that I need to take up with defense counsel and the state at this time. And so I'm going to excuse you at this time. I think it's an appropriate time to take a lunch break. It is now approximately 11:40. I'm going to give an extended lunch because there are things that the court has to do with both the state and defense attorney at this time. And so I'm going to instruct you to be back at 1:45 this afternoon. So you're excused. Have a good lunch.
Okay, so I can't remember if it was after the jury. Well, I mean, I know it would have been after the jury, but had left before the judge actually sends them on their lunch break. They come back in and do when the defense decides to do the talk about the directed verdict or whatever. So let me fast forward and get to that part. Oh, no, here we go. Here we go.
I request a louder to get she's over here. I hadn't heard that. We may take a brief 3-4 minute break.
And we can, Attorney Tucker, but I think that any motion you're going to make, you would probably just make now and then we'll...
Not yet, Joanna.
Because I don't expect...
He hasn't had any of his witnesses on yet.
Yes, ma'am. You join me in the motion?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would make a motion for directed verdict based on the facts that have been presented here, based on the evidence that we've heard so far. I would, and I'll go through each charge one at a time and make my way. That's okay with the court.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I would make a motion for directed verdict that the state has not carried the heavy burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt of the offense malice murder, as they stated in their allegation, that Hannah Payne did on May 7, 2019, with malice aforethought, caused the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being, by shooting him with a firearm. The evidence we've heard are contradicting testimony of what's going on. We've heard one witness say that she came out and held him at gunpoint. We had one witness come out and say she jumped in the window. We had one witness come out and say the accident happened somewhere else besides where the other two. They said that disputed testimony. Some say the gun was holstered until the car hit her car. Some say she came out with it pulled. We heard testimony from the forensic examiner who said the angle of the bullet in the entrance was a slight right to left, which the theory that was shot outside the vehicle.
I love that game, playing cornhole and listening. I love cornhole.
Account of what happened. In the video, we heard testimony saying that they were fighting over the gun, going back and forth.
I agree,
And
Joanna.
then upon the gun going off,
He definitely needs an
immediately,
assistant.
She picks
Yes.
up the phone and requests assistance from the police and an ambulance. She's not a nurse, she's not a doctor, but she does the best thing she could. She explains to 911 what happened and requests assistance for him, for Mr. Herring. So in no way or form has anybody come in and proven there was malice.
Agreed,
of any.
agreed.
There was
Same,
no malice,
same,
no
same.
testimony of her saying, you know what, today, this guy caused an accident, I'm going to take his life. There's no testimony, there's no evidence that even gives an inclination that that is what was going on. And even though you have people say, oh, she had no remorse or whatnot, she was still on the phone attempting to get an ambulance to come there. She stood and she argued or explained to the bystanders she didn't have her finger on the trigger. This was not anything that had intent. This was a situation where she got grabbed, she was being pulled, and she pulled the gun to defend, and then he grabbed it, and the gun went off. And from her, on the 911s, her statements on the 911s, that he went off based on him grabbing the gun and his finger pulling the trigger. There's no malice that has been established in any form or fashion to constitute or even prove anywhere near a reasonable doubt that she did do malice murder. And should the court see and review the testimony the way I have, then that would basically take out the malice murder and the gun charge that was with it, count 6. Then I move to count 2, felony murder, where it says that on the 7th of May 2019, while on the commission of aggravated assault as alleged, a felony that caused the death of Kenneth Herring, a human being, the testimony was that, once again disputed, you don't know if the gun was on her hip or the gun was pulled or what to believe, but based on the video and the testimony from Mr. Williams, who had the video, who the video kind of corroborated exactly what he said, that the gun was never pulled until after the struggle was ensuing, and that the individual other accounts were that the vehicle had stopped and not hit her vehicle, but then did accelerate and hit her vehicle. And no one was able to give an account of the position of her, whether she was on the side of the car, whether she was on front of the car. We did hear somebody say it was like an inch, but anybody who would say it was like an inch would have said the car's hit. So I'm not sure how we can use the weight of that testimony because it doesn't appear to be possible or logical. The gun was not pulled until after she is screaming stop. They're going back and forth the struggle. You saw pictures of her shirt ripped. You saw the pictures of the scratches all on her neck, her arms. You saw the swollen wrist. All of these show that there was a struggle ensued. And the testimony, they said that she was hitting him or punching him. There were no bruises. From the forensic examiner, she said there were no bruises or contusions or anything on his body except for a pin-sized bruise on his left shoulder where the seatbelt would go. But it was not the size of a seatbelt, but a pin size, pin top size. Therefore, to pull the gun, she had to use for self-defense as he was continuously grabbing, pulling, and revving up his car and driving. And in the 911 tape, at one point she starts screaming, you hear the revving of the vehicle, which confirmed that the revving of the vehicle was to drive off or to hit, or I'm not sure what his intentions were, but from a reasonable person's view who comes out with a phone to say, here, I have the police on the phone, it's not reasonable for somebody to rev up the engine or grab her or try to ram her or her vehicle. She stated in the 911 call, he just hit my car. And luckily it was his car, her car, and not her. So as for the aggravated assault, upon him grabbing and suing, you saw pictures that were in the truck. A lot of people didn't hear what was being said from inside the truck, but there was a lot of instruments in there that could have been used for serious immediate bodily harm. There was a knife. There was a small saw. There were needles all over the place. All of these could have been used to cause immediate harm to my client, and she was only able to pull a gun to try to deter him from continuing with the actions he was doing. And she stated she never had her finger in the trigger. Therefore, it was never an intent to pull a gun and shoot. It was for protection and to deter him from his actions there. And therefore, because the aggravated assault has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, the felony murder in count 2 should not survive the directed verdict based on the facts that it has not given rise beyond a reasonable doubt that the aggravated assault occurred in the manner it was accused to make an assault upon the person of Kenneth Herring. It was pulled as protection and to deter him from continuing his actions that he had continuously did, even though you heard her screaming, "Stop, stop, stop." And therefore, if the court sees it, and I presume they will, sees count 2 and count 3 would be resolved with the directed verdict, and that would take out the count 7 of the commission of the possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. And I would bring the court's attention to count 4, where they said the felony murder with the underlining felony being false imprisonment. The state has put testimony up there that said the car was going, she pulled in, you saw the angle. 2 of them said that they did not, it stopped in front of them, that he had space. One says like an inch, one says not sure how much the space is, one didn't really have an angle to see it. But they all confirm that there was not a collision, that the car was there. And as we saw from the pictures that were tendered, there was plenty of room to move or to go to one side or the other. The guy that was filming it was driving right there beside it. Should Mr. Herring have wanted to move or not participate in what was going on, he could have easily driven out, backed up, after hitting the car, backed up and drove off. And once again, the presumption is that he had the ability to do that, and it was not that the car stopped him from doing that, that his truck was leaking radiator fluid, that the truck was badly damaged. And you heard the testimony from the state officer saying this car ain't going far. It's smoking and it's leaking fluid. That engine's going to stop soon enough. We haven't heard any testimony from the state to say that the vehicle was operational, that after the event when they came to get the vehicle, that it was able to drive. So him being in that position was at his own actions. He drove forward and hit the vehicle. Now, could he have driven off? From the testimony, from the views and the pictures, it appears so. But if the vehicle was not properly running at that time, based on the damage, based on the loss of radiator fluid, based on a lot of factors, that is why he was there. Not because of a car pulling in front of him. With that being said, he had the door locked, or it appeared the door was locked, so nobody could get into the vehicle. That is another reason that he was not able to get out, because he had his window down and the door appeared to be locked or damaged, so it was unable to be opened. All of these do not give rise to beyond a reasonable doubt. There are many theories that can be brought on out there, but evidence has not been presented to confirm one way or the other. Evidence wasn't even presented to talk about the vehicle and was it operational after he accelerated and hit Miss Payne's car. So to try to categorize Miss Payne as the proximate cause of why he was there in the state he was, or why the vehicle was unable to move, or why he was unable to move, is not at the hands of Miss Payne. It's the hands of him and that vehicle and his actions. He had reasonable means of escape. He could have just backed up and pulled off. He didn't have to ram her car. He didn't have to accelerate forward. You saw the video driving down right to the left, and that car kept moving. Did not appear to be any kind of traffic or anything impeding him from driving slowly by and watching it. As you look to the right side in one of the pictures, he didn't even have to go on the sidewalk. He could have scooted around her without even going on the sidewalk. No one said there was something on the sidewalk that was stopping him or impeding him from going that angle and moving on. So to say that she caused false imprisonment or is the cause of that has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, not through the evidence that we've heard so far. And because they have not proven that felony, it would not give rise to felony murder because the underlying felony of false imprisonment has not been proven. There's numerous theories out there. There's numerous things that occurred that were not even touched or addressed. And therefore, because the false imprisonment was not done by Ms. Payne, then count 4 should fail because it does not give rise to the felony that would justify the felony murder, which would take out count 8, the possession of the firearm during the commission of a felony. Therefore, based on all the evidence we've heard so far, the testimonies and the lack of testimony to explain, the state has not carried their burden beyond a reasonable doubt to prove any of these 8 cases. And I respectfully request this court to grant my directed verdict motion. Thank you.
The state's response.
Judge, as you're aware, the standard is whether or not there is sufficient evidence for a jury to decide the case and the charges, and you have to view the light and the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. As it relates to malice and malice murder, as the jury charges that we have provided and that defense has provided, malice is not ill will or hatred. It is basically the intent to kill, and it can be formed in a moment. And I think that the evidence that has been provided regarding this defendant's demeanor and her conduct, including her own words on the 911 call, where she is cursing, screaming, telling the victim, "I will shoot you," which is basically her stating her specific intent to kill. And all of the witnesses who indicated that she was striking the victim. And then her own statement, basically, when she tells us all why she killed him, because he hit her car. And so the state has provided sufficient evidence for the jury to consider malice murder in this particular case based on all of the facts and circumstances that have been provided. As it relates to felony murder, aggravated assault, the uncontroverted evidence is that the defendant had a firearm, which is a deadly weapon per se, and that the victim, as testified to by the witnesses, was placed in a reasonable apprehension of receiving a violent injury. All of the witnesses indicated he looked shocked and confused, and that would be consistent with someone who is placed in a reasonable apprehension of receiving a bodily injury. Therefore, felony murder based on aggravated assault and the aggravated assault have been met. As it relates to the false imprisonment, the only thing that is required for the state to prove is that the defendant, as noted in the indictment, detained the victim without lawful authority. There is absolutely no evidence that she had any lawful authority to do any of this. And all of the witnesses described that the victim was cornered, that she trapped him, that she maneuvered to block him. The fact that he could have tried to figure out a way to back around all the cars and drive on the sidewalk does not create does not negate the fact that he was detained by this defendant. The photographs, most of them, depict circumstances that existed once all of the cars were removed. That was the evidence from the witnesses in this case, certainly from Sergeant Ritchie, who indicated that those photographs were taken much later. So the traffic circumstances are more reflected in the video, and the fact that their vehicles are touching. Her wheels are clearly turned in order to block him in order to detain him in all of the photographs. He has nowhere to go. So he is detained as intended by the statute for false imprisonment, and therefore the false imprisonment and the felony murder associated with that, there is sufficient evidence for those to go to the jury. And in fact, Judge, all of the evidence is she's standing, even though she's telling him to get out of the car, she's basically standing there. She's right at his driver's side door, and she's holding a gun to him. So his choices are try to drive back up or try to get around her car even though it's blocking him in, or drive another way when there's a gun there. So he is very clearly detained, and we would ask that you deny the directed verdict on that as well, and as it relates to all of the gun charges that support that. I think the only other indication is a conversation about who pulled the trigger, and Judge, the state tendered I believe it's State's Exhibit number 22, if I may retrieve it.
I'm ready to get to all of your comments here in just a second, as soon as she finishes her argument. But yeah.
Yes.
Which reflects her finger on the trigger very clearly. Even aside from that, the state's contention is that once the defendant is the aggressor, which is exactly how she has been described, what's in the victim's vehicle, his conduct, how he drove toward her vehicle, which again, you saw photos of the damage, a term that I use loosely, based on smudges, 2 smudges on her tire and her, I guess that's the wheel wall fender. There is no evidence that this victim made any attempt to ram her or run her over. The indication is, as from all of the witnesses, were asked her demeanor. Aggressive, very aggressive. Once she is noted as the initial aggressor, as the aggressor on scene, nothing that Mr. Herring did is relevant. She could talk about it, but it's really not relevant to her defense, because she is no longer eligible to claim self-defense once she is the aggressor. And that is in the jury charge, the pattern jury charge, that the initial aggressor cannot claim self-defense and cannot use self-defense. So we believe that the evidence in this case is more than sufficient to allow the jury to deliberate and to reach a verdict on each and every charge listed in the indictment.
So the court, having heard arguments from defense counsel as well as from the state, has determined that there is sufficient evidence for the case to be released to the jury and for them to deliberate and decide the case. The jury can view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state, and so the case will be released to the jury on all the counts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Can you clarify, you just said the evidence would be released to the jury and most favorable to the state. Is that your decision, or?
My decision is to deny the motion for a directed verdict And because the court has determined that there's sufficient evidence for the case to be released to the jury to be deliberated upon and for them to decide the case on all the counts 1 through 8.
But there still is a presumption of innocence that goes with my client when it's released to the jurors, correct?
I have said nothing that would indicate anything different, Attorney Tucker.
Maybe I misheard. I thought I heard that.
Okay. All right, so before we broke on Friday evening, I did talk to Miss Payne directly about whether or not she was going to decide to testify or not to testify, and sort of gave the weekend for consideration. Has the defendant made a decision?
Your Honor, we're right there. I believe if we could break for lunch, we can come back for lunch, we could stay. I did have other witnesses that I have subpoenaed. I want to make sure that they are here. And based on that, I can make the definite decision whether she will testify or not. But if we just have lunch to go over what we've heard today and what we've discussed, we'd be ready to make that announcement afterwards.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Tucker. Anything further from the state?
Nothing from the state.
Okay. All right. So it's 12. I did instruct the jury to be back by 1:45. The court has to go through the jury charges.
No, Joanna.
But it is
no.
my understanding that the defense will be adducing evidence.
I've got to make sure that my
let me
witnesses
pause
are
this.
present and that I speak with my client, but our intent is to have something.
Okay, so as far as some of your all's comments, great comments here. So Tammy says, oh, you guys are talking about the punching and how there were no marks on him. The only mark they said that he had was like a little pinhole mark the size of a pin on his shoulder or something that was probably or could have been caused by the seatbelt. But I kind of also wondered, I need to plug my laptop in. Hold on a minute. I got to find my charger. Here we go. Hold on. Okay. So, I mean, I have seen before people that have been like punched and literally nothing showed up on their skin. Looked like they hadn't been touched. And then I've seen other people who have been punched barely, and it looks like they've been like rolled around the boxing ring, you know what I mean? So I wouldn't go by that specifically. There were people who testified that she was punching him really hard, like more than 1 or 2 people said that. So I do believe she was punching him. I don't know if did we see it on video? I mean, I know that the jury saw a video that we didn't get to see because they didn't like show that screen. The camera didn't. So I'm not sure about that, but let's see what else. What else did you guys talk about? The guard testifying that she was already in motion. He did say that. I don't know if it was like a situation where she's like got her window down and she's already in the car, like headed that direction. And he's like, go get his plate, go, you know. But it sounds like if she was already in motion, she was already in motion to go follow him at least. And maybe the guard was maybe hollering at her, go get the plate, if he's thinking that maybe she's like leaving the scene herself to go on home or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the guard was not, he himself said he was not in uniform, so he wouldn't have looked like any sort of like law enforcement or security guard or anything like that. So for her to listen to him over a 911 operator. I don't know, unless maybe the dude told her, I don't know. Told her he was like a security guard or something. I have no idea. Why did she block him in? Well, she blocked him in to keep him from running anymore. If you saw the photos or the camera video footage or the body cam footage even, she had ran past him and went like this. So she kind of blocked him in. So the only way that he would have been able to go anywhere else, and you could see by that one photo, there was a lot of space behind him. I mean, he could have backed up and went around or gone up the sidewalk, I mean, not that he would have gotten very far with the leaky radiator, but also, I have to keep in mind that this dude was apparently in a diabetic shock. So if that's the case, he probably, he may have not been in a situation where he could have made any rational decisions. I mean, he may not have even known what in the world was going on, we have no idea. We have no idea what was actually going on, because the security guard did say he wasn't right. He's not acting right. He's confused, disoriented, not taking commands. So okay, let's see. Wonder if the state will bring that diabetic issue in closing. Oh, I'm sure they will. Yeah. Guard communicated very well. She said, I'm going to get that plate and you can hear him on the tape say go. Okay. My husband is black, and when he gets a bruise, you can see it, so I have to disagree on that. Would the examiner have been able to tell? Oh, about the bruising? I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I would think so. And she said the only thing that was on there was a spot on his neck, like the size of a pin. But let's be honest too. I'm thinking if she's standing at his window, she was less than a foot away from him, right? I mean, or a foot and a half away from him. And if she is in there punching, it's not like there's going to be very much momentum. It's not like, yeah, I don't know that there would be much momentum for some. I mean, it may look way worse than it actually is. And someone had said that all of the blows that she was punching him was below the chin. So, yeah. I don't know. You know what? I keep thinking because there's so many different, we all have this visual in our mind of how it happens, right? And then we all have a different perspective on the way we see things happening in our mind. Do you remember, and I've not seen them do this for years and years and years, but do you remember back in the day when they would have on these old court TV shows, right? Which I know this is not a TV show, but like, they would have cars, like, let's just say they would like reenact or, put so the jury can see that the staging of where their cars were at. Here's the vehicle, this is what it's like. And that way the jurors can see, he did have enough room to back up. He did have enough a way to get over that sidewalk. He did blah, blah, blah. Or the time, how much time it actually took from the time she got out of her car or her Jeep and got to his window. How much time was there from that point to the point where the gun goes off? I mean, I know that can be figured out based on the video and the 911 call, but still, if you think about that in your mind, it was X amount of seconds. Trying to make quick decisions in that kind of time frame, I don't know. There's just a lot of things that you think about. And then it's the things that we don't think about that when it's brought to our attention, I think it's a little bit easier maybe to be not really, I don't want to say open-minded, but I don't know, just kind of open to other perspectives. So, the whole malice murder thing, I don't know. I don't think, I'm going to wait and see what happens. See what the state or what the defense witnesses and Hannah says if she gets on the stand, which we need to be playing because they're probably already back. So, yeah, exactly. Being able to draw their own visuals. They would be able to draw their own conclusions based on what they see and not someone else, what they hear someone else say, I hear in the tapes when the guy called 911 and telling people to get out of the way, he's taken off. He's saying, get out of the way. Go, go, go. Was it towards her or people in the way? Oh, I'm sure it was probably people in the way to begin with, because that first time was right after he had hit the semi. So far from what I heard, I don't think malice murder. JC, that's kind of what I know that the prosecutor said malice can be a decision in a split second, but I don't know. I don't believe that she went to that window intending to kill that man. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's what her intention was. And I'm not so sure that it wasn't an accident. I mean, that it wasn't an accident that with the gun going off accidentally between the two of them tussling, but I'm just, I don't know. It's sad. It's really, really sad. Joanna says, then why bring a gun? Well, I don't know. I don't know if it was on her hip already. Someone had said that. So, is she pulling it to stop him from going? To get him to like get out of the car and wait for the cops to come? Don't get me wrong. I don't think she should have pulled the gun out either. But JC says, I'm not sure if she thinks that she was entitled. I do think that she got mad about him hitting her truck. Well, he didn't hit her Jeep. I think what happened was because somebody said that there was only like so many inches or a foot between the two. And so she's the one that ran in front of him. And that, I don't know. It's still on the state's emblem. Okay, thanks, Lee. That's another can of worms as of why does she live where she needs to protect herself. Well, they're in Georgia. I mean, it's common for, people to carry, especially in the South, Jeep people. She was yelling that he hit her Jeep on the tape, right? But I don't. Yeah, I don't know that I don't know about that. And the state did say that there was like a rub on her tire or something like that. But that's not enough to, in my opinion, go to somebody's window with a gun drawn. I'm just thinking, if his car is probably not even in park, right? Like, I don't know if did they even mention, was his car in park? I know they said you could hear the engine revving and stuff. So his car would have probably been in park. Did they mention that? I don't know. She definitely did cut him off. Yeah. But okay, let's go. Let's go and see where we're at. Lee said it was still on the emblem, so let's scroll on by. Oh, they were taking a really late lunch. Long lunch. Oh, okay, so she is back now? All right.
Before we broke this afternoon for lunch, counsel for defense had indicated that he would make a decision whether he was going to present any evidence. On Friday as well, I had given the defendant certain instructions as to whether or not she intended to testify. And so the court would like to determine whether a decision has been made.
Your Honor, when I went back to my office, I started calling the individuals I had subpoenaed. And one of the individuals was Tim White, which I think the court's ruling kind of did away with anything I could get from him. So I didn't further the conversations with him. The other witness was Bill Yoder, who took the photos and could come in there and testify to the photos he took, and possibly as an independent contractor saying why he took them. But I don't think that would hold the weight of having the investigator or everything else that we brought in. I think his testimony would just be delaying or furthering the case without having the substance that is necessary, that would not waste this court time or be judicially efficient. I have discussed with my client the pluses and minuses of testifying. I've gone over all the evidence and the witnesses that we've talked about, and I've heard two different approaches. She got very emotional, as you can see right now, and it is an emotional roller coaster ride she's been on. I mean, for 4 years she's had this, gotten ready a couple of times, and her decision, she will testify, so I will present. But if we could have a moment for her to collect herself, based on our conversations, they were kind of clear cut and kind of harsh, but the reality is this is something she had to make a decision, tough decision, and she's made it. If we just give her a minute to collect herself before bringing in the jury.
I will give her an opportunity to compose herself. I am going to direct the questions again so that the defendant, Ms. Payne, will actually put on the record that this is what she wants to do. I understand you indicating that, but she has to put on the record what she wants to do.
So, wow, looks like she's going to testify. I did hear that right? She is going to testify? It's going to be hard. Well, good. I'm glad she's going to. All right. I'm going to run and take a potty break. Anybody else need to take a potty break? I'm going to run and take a potty break. And I'll have my phone with me. Yeah. I will have my phone with me. And I'm going to go do that. Maybe grab a little bit of a snack because I didn't get actual food a while ago. So, yeah. It's not going to be easy. I'm sure that the state, during the cross-examination, they're going to eat her alive. Because that prosecutor, she ain't playing. She ain't playing. Okay. It will continue to play, and I'll be right back.
Are you ready?
Your Honor, she said she will testify, but there will be, of course, a couple of motions we would want to approach to talk about prior to any testimony.
Okay, so let me put again on the record so that Ms. Payne can personally respond to the questions. Ms. Payne, do you understand that you have a right to testify? And if you want to testify, then no one can prevent you from doing so?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that no one can make or compel you to testify?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that not your lawyer, but you personally are the one who decides whether you will testify or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you do not testify, then upon proper request by you, the court will instruct the jury that your decision cannot be used against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand if you choose to testify, you will be both examined by your counsel and cross-examined by the assistant district attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you feel that you need any additional time to think about whether you want to testify or not?
I'm sorry, did you ask if I felt like I needed more time?
I did. But understand that I gave you on Friday all of the good can to the attorney. Your attorney has indicated that you intend to testify, and I just need on the record that you will personally place on the record that you want to testify or not. So, do you personally want to testify or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, meaning?
I want to testify.
Okay, all right. Attorney Tucker, what motions do you need to make at this time?
I believe from her testimony, we will be wanting to present a video. I believe also a video was stopped with a portion that we would want to be able to have the rest of that portion come in. Based on now that she's testifying, it won't be self-serving statements, it will be statements that were given at the scene. And I believe that the state will want to introduce the video, the transcripts from the interview that occurred at the police station the night of, that there was an agreement not to bring in the written portion of it. But it's kind of, if you show part of the video, I think, once again, it's cutting short, and I know why certain parts of that video should not come in, and I know we had an agreement.
Okay.
I would just like to.
So, can you stop at that point, Attorney Tucker, and counsel's approach?
Oh, wow. I did fix the sandwich. I see that she hasn't started yet. So, I did make me a sandwich. Yum, yum, yum. I'll be snacking on this. I'm hungry. I tend to go all day with just coffee and no food. So, all right. What's going on in here in the chat? Are they still on their sidebar still? Yeah, I haven't seen Sweatsuit Guy either. Or the blue suit guy for that matter. Yeah, the Grinch has been there. That's pretty cool, right? Let me go back down through the comments here. Her attorney is just too long-winded. He can be, that's for sure. I wonder if the girl is somehow related to the deceased. Oh, the girl with the leopard print headband. I saw somebody said she was given daggers, and I did see the daggers she was throwing, Hannah. I did. Tammy says, to be honest, no one knows what happened inside the car window. That's true. Nobody knows. Well, I mean, except for Hannah and the people that witnessed it and took video of it. But even those people don't know exactly what went on, you know? Yeah, the sweatsuit guys or the tracksuit guy is not been there today. We don't know. All we know is that a man is dead for no reason. Tammy says, well, he did leave from, he did, leave from the other wreck, so he knows how to leave when he was blocked in. Well, but I don't know how, if he was in the right frame of mind, even then. I mean, you can drive a car and not be in your right mind, right? If your blood sugar is dropping and all you know is you're trying to get to a hospital, or maybe he wasn't headed to a hospital. Maybe he didn't even know what side was up or down or left or right, you know? I don't know. She's going to have to make us believe her side of the story at this point. I don't believe her. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to have to believe it too. I mean, Tammy said I wouldn't charge her with a few charges. She was making a citizen's arrest for raking. I saw you were trying to say ramming a minute ago into her. Sidebar is overkill, right? Questions and concerns on the video he wants to play. Oh, Mickey just fried an egg. Yum, that sounds good. Blue suit guy is not there today, I don't think. I haven't seen him all day. Tammy said, I think they did fight over the gun, and he could have pulled her finger, making the gun go off. I mean, I fully believe that something like that could have happened. Tammy said, I think someone said she went back to the truck, changed her shirt, and brought the gun. No, she changed her shirt after she had already shot him. I cannot honestly say one way or the other if she's guilty or not. I know Lee, I know. I believe they said you can hear him rev up his car and went forward and hit her. Yeah, I don't know. Too many things are conflicting without explanation. Oh, hi, Beach Girl. Welcome. She said there's no proof he was even in a hypoglycemic event,
allow
though.
the state to go ahead at this time and place on the record particular times with respect to the video that is proposed to be shown.
Judge, it's my understanding, if the defendant is choosing to testify, there are two statements that are recorded of the defendant's. The first one, she is detained in the back of a patrol vehicle, still on the scene. Sergeant Marion approaches and asks if she will talk to him, and then they have a conversation about what occurred. And that is located on Sergeant Marion's body cam from minute 1740 through 2303. We would, it was not our intention to play anything in additional on Sergeant Marion's body cam because he's talking to other witnesses. If the defense wants those things in, I'll leave that to them. But that's the only part that contains a statement of the defendant. The defendant is then taken to the Clayton County Police Department, where she is Mirandized and provides a Miranda waiver, and then conducts an interview with Detective Hayward, who is here to testify in rebuttal if necessary, and Detective Moore. We were intending to start that interview at 7:37:56 because no one has come in the room yet. It's completely dark and empty. And then the defendant is sitting in the room by herself for quite some time. There's a gap there as well from 7:37:56 to 7:53:40. And the state would move that forward, but again, because she's just sitting there. However, the state is requesting to play 7:53:40 through 8:01:00 because the defendant is in the room removing her long fingernails, and that is recorded. After that occurs, from 8:01:00 until 8:48:30, the defendant is alone in the interview room. She moves around, she walks around, she lays her head on the table, she changes position several times, but there is nothing of evidentiary value in the defendant sitting alone in a room for 47 minutes and 30 seconds. So the state was not going to play, and we could put on the record in front of the jury that the defendant is alone and not being questioned during that time frame, so that there is no curiosity about why we're forwarding. So the state was going to forward that. There is a section where the detective begins to talk to the defendant about writing a statement, which the parties have agreed that for varying legal reasons it is not admissible. So we would redact or just move the cursor forward, and that would take out minute 9:34:00 through 9:35:20. And then we would play from 9:35:20 to 9:36:15, because that is when the detective has asked the defendant about potential injuries, and she begins to point things out. So rather than stop when they first talking about writing a statement, I didn't think that was appropriate, because there is something that's beneficial, or at least in their opinion, beneficial to the defendant. So play that and then stop at 9:36:15 when the detectives are getting up to go get the paper for the defendant to write. I don't know if I need to place on the record the reasons that we're stopping. I think we've talked about it a little bit. But at some point, defense counsel enters the room while the defendant spends some time just sitting there writing. Defense counsel enters the room, and so there are some comments that he makes to her that we believe would inflame the jury, and they are inappropriate to play because he actually makes a comment about what he believes about what she's written.
Your Honor, this is attorney-client privilege, what she's disclosing here, and I don't think it's appropriate to disclose it to the court or to the open court.
Okay, so there was an agreement that certain portions would not be played in.
We've had this
That was
conversation
determined,
repeatedly.
so we can stop there.
But there's reasons that it's stopping based on that. I mean, he's being recorded, so it's not attorney-client privilege. He acknowledges he's being recorded, so it's not a private conversation. However, that is the reason that we're stopping it, is because defense counsel enters and there's conversations. And so we just believe the safest route, and counsel agreed with that, is to stop it at 9:36:15.
Okay. And is that your understanding, Attorney?
It is, Your Honor, and we just want to emphasize that 47 minutes that it is stated why they're speaking for, because she's in there alone and there's nothing being done.
Right, that's fine, and that will be explained to the jurors.
And if it makes counsel feel better that there are, you can just say there are sections that where nothing's being said, that we're going to forward through, and that they should not speculate or consider what's not played. If that's up to him. He wants to charge.
Yes, Attorney Topper can be allowed to say that to the jurors to explain. Okay. Are we ready at this point?
I agree, Billy. I really feel like he should have an assistant, and that she should not be his assistant. That's weird. And also, this was not like a appointed or whatever. The family is paying for his legal, I guess. Sorry, I shut the camera off while I was eating because I was hungry, and yeah. She being paid, right? Defendants are allowed to participate in counsel, and if he allows, then so be it. I mean, that's fine. I just think it looks... It's one thing if she's sitting there taking notes and everything, but she was literally plugging in computer cords and stuff this week, or last week. Like, getting down on the floor and plugging in HDMI cables and USB stuff, and it's just, Joanna, her family is over on the right-hand side of the courtroom in the back, in the gallery in the back. Her mom, dad, looks like maybe aunts, uncles, boyfriend, friends.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring the jurors back in at this time. Billy Ennis, if you would, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I would, if I was there, I would want to help. I would be like, let me blah, 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 blah. But I just still feel like it's not a good look whenever there's not a team of people on both sides. When it's just one person on his side and the defendant, I just feel like it, to the jury, is who it matters to, is it looks, I don't know, looks like they just don't look as professional. I would probably be like, okay, if I was one of the jurors, I would probably be like, okay, there's two of them over here on the state's table that are fighting for Kenneth Herring, the gentleman, the victim, right? And then we have one person over here at the defense table and Hannah.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. At the time that we broke for lunch, the state had rested, meaning it had concluded bringing all the evidence it intended to adduce in this case. At this time, I'm going to inquire of the defense if they intend to call any witnesses. Attorney Tucker?
Yes, ma'am. I do plan to call Ms. Payne to the stand.
Okay, you may.
Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, support team. That's a good way to put it.
Let me swear.
I can't.
You're right, Tammy.
Ms. Payne, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear?
It's like being your own advocate, right? I get that.
In this case today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Yes, you may. Lower your right hand. Have a
Especially when
seat.
your,
Put yourself up
you know,
so I can project so that we can all
freedom
hear
is
that
on the
the
line.
recorder can record what is being said. You may proceed, Attorney
Yeah.
Tucker.
If you could say your full name for the record and spell it out for the court's knowledge.
It's Hannah, Hannah, Payne, Payne.
Okay, and Ms. Payne, where do you, have you lived in A County or Clayton County in close proximity? I don't want to get out of addresses, but have you lived the majority of your life?
I have. I was born and raised in Clayton County and then moved to Fayette
Okay.
when I was 8.
Do you have any family members that are law enforcement? And
I
if
do
you
not.
recall, what do you do for a living?
I'm in property management for apartment communities, and I've been in that industry now for going on 10 years.
Okay, so you came straight out of high school into that.
I did.
And that kind of industry, what do you do for your job?
Typically, I'm in the field. I go from property to property, either collecting rent, sometimes walking vacant and or abandoned apartments that could potentially be under construction, and I would show vacant apartments to potential renters.
Okay. So at times you were carrying basically tills for your company of large amount of money?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you testified that on some occasions or more
That
occasions,
is why
you have to show empty
they're trying to
property
show why
to
she would be carrying
a location
a gun
to
for
people
protection.
that you don't know or that you're told to by your company.
for safety.
Correct.
Okay.
Whether it be vacant apartments or vendors, either or.
And how do you feel about that?
I mean, it's a part of my job. In the beginning, we had smaller properties where I was the only person who was going from property to property. There were occasions that were unsettling, but it was still a part of my job. And the longer that I was with the company, the larger we got, the more properties we received, and the more, I guess, it put me more out alone by myself, without additional site staff, without anybody with me.
And they would know that you were going to these sites, correct?
Correct. Not exactly which ones. I would be
kind of all over the place, depending on which ones I was going to.
And because you were going to all these different places to meet people you don't know, did you do anything for your safety?
I did.
And what was that?
I registered for a concealed carry permit, and when I received it, I purchased a firearm.
Did your company know about this?
They did, yes.
And were they in support of this?
Yes, they were.
And it was not unusual for other individuals with the same type of work to wear a gun or have a gun?
No, not at all.
Okay. And you said you purchased a gun. What kind of gun did you purchase?
It was a Springfield, and it was a XD, because it was smaller, so I was able to keep it concealed.
Okay. And you got a valid permit, correct?
Correct.
What else did you do to help make sure that carrying a permit or carrying a gun on your side would be safe?
I would go to the shooting range, and at different shooting ranges they offer kind of like a variety of options, including self-defense kind of classes, or tutorials rather.
And did you ever take one of those classes or tutorials?
I did.
And which one did you take?
It was a while ago, so I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly, but it was a self-defense training course.
Okay. And in this training, what did you learn from what they were teaching?
Just how to properly store your weapon, how to properly remove your weapon, how to make sure that your safety when doing so doesn't cause accidental discharge. And they would explain how when you pull your weapon out, that the way you hold it is determined based on what you're ready to do. In other words, you keep your index finger on the slide until you're ready to pull the trigger. When you're ready to pull the trigger is when you put your finger into the trigger guard.
Right, now when you say the slide, is that the top portion, the side portion, or is it a combination of both?
Like the side.
Okay.
How your hand would normally just rest.
And is that all that they were training for at that time?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
I mean, they taught us, how to load or unload and smaller things like that, but
Have you ever had a accidental discharge of the firearm while loading or unloading?
no.
Okay. And did you commonly wear this weapon?
Every day.
Where'd you wear it?
On my person, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
I had a holster that went inside of my pants, and I wore it on my front right hip.
We just had a really big
Visible
close up
to
of
individuals.
Grinch in the gallery
And
there.
did you do that purposely?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall May 7th of 2019?
I do.
Prior to that day, have you ever had to draw your weapon or find yourself in a position where you would need to?
No.
Okay. So on this May 7th, of course, you've been hearing these stories. Could you tell us what happened on that day?
I can. I was on my way home from work, and I was coming up to an intersection where the light had just turned green. As I was getting ready to turn left, there was a semi that was turning right. Someone ran the red light, and I watched him run right into the tractor trailer.
Okay.
I pulled off to the side, and I got on the phone with 911 just to give an account of what I had noticed. I had assumed that the truck driver or someone else that was involved had already called, and they hadn't.
And if I could stop you right there. You said that you pulled off to the side. Whereabouts?
I pulled up onto the curb,
Okay.
right through the intersection.
And why did you do that?
I wanted to get out of the lane of travel.
Okay, so there was heavy traffic that day.
It was pretty steady.
Okay. And is that where you called the 911?
It is, yes.
Okay, and then what did you do?
After I got on the phone with 911, I was kind of explaining everything that I saw, and I started to walk over to the truck driver because I noticed that there was someone else who had witnessed it, who pulled off to the side.
And if I'm sorry to interrupt, you said you walked up to the truck driver. What was that driver's name?
I believe it was Mr. Kimball.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So I walked over to the truck driver, and we kind of just were conversing, asking, I don't even know what happened, and he just was confirming that we did have a green light. So I noticed that someone else had walked over to the other vehicle that was involved and was checking on them. After talking to Mr. Kimball for a while, he was on the phone with his dispatch the entire time, and so I was kind of relaying everything that happened so that they were able to hear it from me and not just from him.
Relaying it to whom?
To his job.
Okay.
So his supervisor, I would assume.
All right, so you're speaking with him, relaying to the dispatch about what was going on, confirming the light was green for him.
Correct.
And then what else happened?
After that, we were kind of just standing there waiting for the police to arrive, and the other gentleman who had witnessed it walked over to us, and he introduced himself and said that he was a state officer, and he flashed his badge and said that he had checked on the other gentleman and that was asking us, are we okay? Is everybody all right? And actually told me that he had saw where he ran the red light and confirmed it to Mr. Kimball as well.
Okay. Now, Clara, he came and identified himself as a state officer?
Correct.
Okay. And you've heard a couple of times it being called a correctional officer or another name. Are you sure he identified himself as a state officer to you and to Mr. Kimball?
Correct. He told me that he was a state officer. I didn't find out that it was a correctional officer until months later when I found out from you.
But he did show a badge?
He did. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, he didn't pull it off. He just lifted his shirt and we saw the badge and then he continued.
And how was he speaking to you, or how was his demeanor to you and Mr. Kimball?
Okay, well,
He
now
was trying to
that
make sure everyone was okay.
kind of
making
makes me
sure
feel a
that
little bit different,
We
maybe.
kind of stayed over here, and that anything that
Anybody
we
else?
remember that happened, we were kind of going over it with him. But he seemed to be comfortable with the situation and making sure that all of us felt comfortable, I guess is the best way to explain it.
Okay. So your voice on the 911 appeared to be kind of calm, and so that was the tone or how you perceived everybody's tone as this was continuing on?
I just
For the
mean,
most part, I think that me and the truck driver were kind of more calm. The officer, the way that it was kind of like he was, I don't know any other term other than kind of hyped up. Like he wanted to make sure that he was in charge in a way.
Okay. And what else did he state while you were sitting there waiting on the police to arrive?
Well, me and the truck driver were curious because we didn't know what had just happened. It seemed obvious that he ran the red light. So we were asking him if he was okay and if there was something going on. And he said, he's okay, but he said he's definitely inebriated.
Are you sure that's the word he used?
I'm positive because it prompted both me and the truck driver to reply simultaneously saying, do you mean he's drunk?
Okay. And did Mr. Kimball's dispatch hear or overhear that conversation or hear the conclusion?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Okay. So the state officer said that, and it kind of sparked yours and Mr. Kimball's attention. What happened next?
Afterwards, we're still standing around, probably another maybe 10 or 15 minutes now, additional from the original 10 minutes or so. And Me and Mr. Kimball are continuing to speak, and the state officer had walked back over because at this time the guy in the truck had got out of his vehicle.
Okay. And when he got out of his vehicle, did the state officer address him?
He did.
And what was said?
He was just asking him what was he doing, and where are you going? You know, just come out of traffic, because his truck was still in the lane, so there were still cars that were passing, and he was just basically trying to make sure you need to just come out the way and stay out of traffic.
So from your perception, the state officer was remaining calm, trying to direct, at that time you didn't know, but now you do know, Mr. Herring, to be safe and get out of harm's way, correct?
Originally, yes.
Okay. And then what continued from there?
I couldn't hear what they were saying, but he kind of started walking around, and the officers started following him around the vehicle, and you could see him having conversations, but again, I couldn't hear what they were saying.
And when you said walking around where?
His truck.
And just in that proximity of just his truck?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, continue.
So after he was walking around for a little bit, he kind of started, he being the state officer, started to walk back over to us, and he was kind of just giving us this look like, this guy is, there's something that's up. And before anybody could ask, or either of us could ask him what he meant, he walked back over to him. I was actually on the phone with my family when I was on my way home from work, which I hung up to call the police. So during this time is when I took that opportunity, and I kind of walked back to my vehicle, and I was on the phone. I called my family back to let them know what was going on.
And it was to let them know what's going on, or let them know that you were safe, or?
Correct.
Okay. And is that when you made this second call, the 911 call?
It is. I noticed from a distance that it was getting more tension, I guess. Couldn't hear the conversations, but I could see the hand movements and the gestures between the two of them. Again, I don't know what he was saying, but it was almost like he's trying to explain to him something, which is when I told them, I'm going to call you guys back. I'm going to call the police back because something else is going on, because he started walking towards his vehicle again, like the driver's side at that time.
And when you called 911 the second time, was it kind of the same manner you did the first time?
It was. I was just basically explaining to them what it looked like was about to take place, assuming and hoping that they would say, okay, well, we actually have an officer. He's literally right there. Given the time frame, I would have assumed that someone would have been there by then.
Okay. How many accidents have you seen before this one?
I mean, passed on the road, a few. Witnessed firsthand, none.
And have you ever been in an accident yourself?
No.
Okay. So this is the first time you're encountering any kind of accident really firsthand or close by?
Yes.
Okay. And you get back on the phone with 911, and what occurs then?
I'm explaining to them what I thought that we had learned was that the driver who had caused the original accident was potentially drunk.
And that came from what the state officer said?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And as I'm explaining it to her, I noticed that's when he completely gets in his truck. He starts trying to turn it on, and you can hear him like revving it to get it to turn on, which I think that all of us were shocked that it even turned on to begin with. And that's when he started to drive away.
And you said you were shocked. Why were you shocked that it started back up?
There was fluids everywhere. It was smoking. It was damaged.
Was there a major impact?
There was, yeah. I mean, the entire tractor trailer just shifted and rocked when he hit him.
And you don't know what speed he was going at, going through the red light?
I don't.
Okay. But you did see the effects it had on the 18-wheeler? Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then you are on the phone with 911, you see him jump into his vehicle, revving it up. What happens then?
I'm just basically just telling dispatch that that's what's happening. I am explaining to her he just got in his car, and she asked me if I was able to get the tag number as he's pulling away.
Were you able to get the tag number?
At that point, I wasn't. No.
Did it appear anybody had gotten the tag number?
No.
And
They were just trying to get out of the middle of the road.
So people were trying to get out of the way. Was anybody screaming, get the tag number, or?
I mean, at the time, all I could see was the state officer and the truck driver the state officer was kind of grabbing the truck driver, kind of telling him, to get out of the way.
Where was this truck driver standing?
They were, so if this was the lane where they were turning and the truck was kind of partially turned, they were standing at the, kind of the middle part of the intersection, which would have been middle part of the tractor trailer, which is kind of in front of Mr. Herring's vehicle.
Okay. Did it ever appear that any of them might have been in jeopardy of being hit when Mr. Herring was starting up his vehicle?
Initially, it's not the first thing that came to, I think, anybody's mind. But then once he started revving it and just kind of took off, then yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
So I'm explaining to the dispatch what happened. And as he's pulling off, she's asking me, was I able to get the tag number? Realizing I wasn't able to, I was already at my vehicle. And I completely got in my vehicle and went to go pull off.
Okay.
And at that time, the truck driver and the state officer was still standing over in the street, and he started waving me over, calling me towards him.
Okay. And when you got up close to him, what happened?
I asked him, did he go straight? And he said yes. And he's telling me, he said, go.
So at that time, you were under the impression that he's a state officer sending you to get the tag, and 911 knows that you're on the way to get the tag.
Correct.
Right.
And when I was in my vehicle, when he was waving me over, his motions it was almost like he was waving me on. So when he brought me up, when I got up to him, is when he told me to go.
Okay. And he said go, or did he say something else, or?
No, he just said, good, go.
Okay. All right, so then now you're going in the direction they pointed you, and you're on the phone with 911. Was 911 saying anything?
No, she was not.
All right.
There was kind of silence from the time that she had initially asked me if I had got the tag. I was still kind of getting my bearings, and I just started repeating to her, telling her, okay, he's going down Clark Howell on Forest Parkway.
So you never heard them give a warning of not to chase, or?
No.
And having heard the tape, did you feel that you were talking over it, or you just didn't hear it, or?
No, I was explaining to her as we were going down the road. I'm explaining to her what's happening, and from how I remembered it, she asked me again, so were you able to get it? And I explained to her, not yet, but I am about to. And that's when she told me that she just wanted me to be safe. I told her that I understood, and that I wasn't chasing. I was just going to follow, just stay behind him, to stay with him until the police officer could get to us. So I was able to kind of accurately, basically just keep them in the loop, since they obviously weren't there yet.
Okay. So your impression at that point is that you're just going to get the tag, and then hopefully that'll be it? You just report the tag?
Correct.
Okay. And did 911 ever come on and say, hey, we've already got the tag from somebody else?
No, she never did.
Okay. So as you're getting up close to get the tag, what happens then?
As I'm getting closer, I explained to her that I had the tag, and she basically tells me that, this is the way that I interpreted it, was that she wanted both of us to go back to the original accident site because police should be there by now.
All right, did she say something before that about you just returning, or the only thing you heard was that both of y'all needed to be?
Correct. She just told me she wanted me to be safe. I told her I felt like I was safe. And that's when I told her that I was going to stay with them until an officer could get to us. And she said that that's what she wanted me to do.
At any time, did you identify you had a gun or was carrying a gun?
I didn't.
Okay. So you're following the individual to get his tag, and you get it, and then your interpretation of what was said is that they wanted both of y'all to come back to the scene.
Correct.
So what did you do at that point?
At that point is when we had both come up to the intersection, and I saw him stopped in the turning lane. So I turned as well, and when I stopped, I was under the impression, with me having 911 on the phone, that I could just be kind of like a messenger. So I took my phone on speaker and I took it to him to show him that I had the police on the phone, and I'm telling him they want us to go back to the original accident site.
All right, at this point, y'all have not made contact, correct?
No, we have not.
So how far do you think you pulled over, the distance between you and his truck?
Well, he was in the turning lane and I was in what would be considered like the right straight lane. And the distance between the vehicles were probably maybe the width of this table.
But there was no contact, correct?
No, there was not.
Okay. And did you have any fear that something was going to happen by walking up to him with the phone?
I didn't think I had anything to fear. I assumed that having authorities on the phone, explaining that to him, that would just mean, okay, we'll go back.
Because you had not heard what the interchange between him and the state officer, correct?
I had not, no.
Okay. And as you approached him with the phone, how did you have it in your hand?
I had it on speaker and I was kind of holding it like in my palm with it kind of resting in my hand, just like facing him so that he could see it says 911.
Now you mentioned that he was in turn lane and was stopped, correct?
Correct.
Did you cause him to stop?
I did not.
And why would he be stopped in that lane?
The only thing that I could think of was either he was merging and his vehicle finally gave up, or that okay, so the way that the lanes merged, I was assuming that he was either waiting for traffic, but then getting up closer, you can see all of the liquid, like underneath the vehicle, you can see the truck is smoking.
Okay, and you said earlier that it might have just finally exhausted.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, and even when we were back at the original accident site, the state officer and even the truck driver, but they were adamant that they don't understand how this truck hasn't just kind of blown, was how they were describing it.
Okay, so your intent to walk up with the phone, tell them, hey, the police are on the phone. What happened then?
I was walking up to him and I am explaining that I'm on the phone with the police and that they wanted us to go back to the original accident site. It's loud. We're near an interstate. It's a busy road, and I can't hear what he's saying to me. But as I got closer, I heard him asking me, "Who the F are you?" And I told him that I was nobody, but that I had the police on the phone, and that they wanted us to go back to the original accident site.
Okay. So you'd explain that to him. Did you have the phone close to you? Did you have it away from you? Where was the phone?
It was kind of not extended, but partially of the way.
Okay. And what happened then?
Apparently I was close enough for him to reach out the car, and he knocked my phone out of my hand, and he grabbed me by my wrist, and he pulled me into the vehicle.
Okay. Now, you said apparently you got too close to the vehicle. Did it appear to you you were too close to the vehicle, or?
I wasn't thinking that I needed adequate space to stay away from him or anybody or anything.
Okay. And then you said he knocked the phone out of your hand.
Yes.
And then he grabbed you. You said one was on your wrist, and where was the other hand?
And originally he had just grabbed my wrist, and he had pulled me in the car, and at some point my shirt had gotten grabbed.
Okay.
And he...
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
He was pulling my wrist, and he pulled me in the vehicle, and he kept yelling at me, telling me, "I have something for you." And he used, "I have something for you, bitch." And he's leaning, and he's reaching, and he's pulling. And at this point, I remember that I'm sorry.
Take your time.
I remember that he had let go of my wrist, and he grabbed me by the back of my neck. And it was as if he was trying to kind of keep a hold of me. The entire time I'm telling him, I'm thinking, I'm still have to be on the phone with the police. They have to know. I'm telling him to let me go. And that's when he hits the gas, and we go forward. I'm still in the car at this point, and while it only may have been a few steps or a few feet, when you are being held against your will and you have no idea what's ahead of you, and you're looking down, it felt like it lasted forever. And I just remember, it was like I saw my life flash before my eyes, and I thought I was going to go down Riverdale Road, hanging out the side of this car.
And the whole time, are you trying to get away from this situation?
I'm trying to pull away from him, yes.
And how did you do that?
My entire body was up against the vehicle, and I'm just trying my hardest to push away with any part of me that I can, whether it was my arms or my knees, trying to just put distance in between me and the vehicle, thinking I could get away from it, and was unsuccessful.
And at one part, you hear yourself screaming, "Get the F out of the car." What was going on then?
I'm thinking that I have a better chance of not being drugged if he's not in the vehicle.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about
Hold, and here
the
is a
charges,
fact
if he had any
evidence
previous charges. I mean,
that we're gonna call it defense.
maybe they will bring
Exhibit
something up if he
39,
had some.
38, 39. Okay, and as you can see, it's still not open. At this time, Your Honor, I'm gonna approach the witness, although I'm not sure until I open it, she can identify it. But do you see the writing on this right here?
Yes.
Okay, does that identify a article of clothing?
It does.
Okay, and at this time, I'm going to open the evidence.
Someone had mentioned last week here in the chat about whether or not the defense would have a witness come up and discuss and talk about like citizen's arrest.
Okay.
Is there an objection from the state? Yeah, I mean, he is not tendered.
And the actual ins and outs of that. Like, I'm kind of interested to see who else he has besides her.
Do you see this shirt?
Yes.
Does that shirt look familiar to you?
Yes.
Is it an accurate representation of the shirt you were wearing that day of the
Yes. Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender what is exhibit defense 39.
Any objection from the state?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection.
And I'd like to present it to or show to the jury the shirt she was wearing on the day of the incident. Was it torn when you were wearing it that day?
No.
When Mr. Herring grabbed you, did he tear it?
Yes.
And is this a fair representation of the rips and what it ended up being at the end?
Yes.
Along with the rips in that shirt, was there any other part of your body that had any kind of marks from where he grabbed you?
Yes.
Okay, where were those?
I had marks on the back of my neck and kind of scratches along my arms, bruisings on my wrists, and scratches along my chest.
Okay. Anything in the facial area?
Yes. I had a kind of a black eye, but a bruised eye and a busted upper lip. And other, I guess, like sore spots, like or bruising and redness.
None of those were
on the
shown
of my face.
And
that
all
I
of this
saw.
occurred while he was dragging you forward towards your vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And you said he was making a statement to you of, I've got something for you, bitch. Was there any other statements made that you can remember this time?
No, he just kept telling me that kind of over and over again, and that I was nobody.
Now, what was he doing in the vehicle while this is all going on?
Before he punched the gas is when he was kind of turning his body and he was reaching behind him.
Did you see what he was reaching for?
No, I did not.
Did you see any of the contents of the inside of his vehicle?
During, no.
Okay.
I could see that there were things everywhere, but other than that, I didn't really.
Have you ever experienced anything like that prior to this incident?
No.
Okay. And then what happened then?
Well, after the reaching is when he mashed the gas, and when he mashed the gas, like I said, have no understanding of how far we went, how much farther we can go. At that point, I didn't know that we had stopped because we hit my vehicle, and that's when I drew my weapon.
Right, now you said mashing the gas. What did that sound like?
You could hear the truck just revving and hissing from like the liquids spewing, and it was loud.
And you stated that then you said you have a gun?
Agreed, JC. I agree with
And
that
what was
about
your
the
intent at that
knuckles.
point?
My intent was that pulling it out, he would let me go, and I'd pull away from the vehicle, and that would be it.
Did you ever stop trying to pull away from the vehicle?
No.
Hey, Kath.
And explain to me how you pulled your gun out at that time.
It was in my holster on my right hip, and he had a hold of me, and I pulled it out and immediately started trying to just continue to push against the door with it, like pushing away from him.
Okay. And as you're pushing away from the door, what happens then?
He grabbed my hand with the gun in it.
Okay, let me go. Which arm did you pull, or which hand did you pull the gun with?
It was my right hand.
Okay. And you said he grabbed your wrist. Which wrist?
He grabbed my right wrist.
All right. And how did he have that wrist?
Well, with one of his hands, he actually grabbed my wrist to pull it towards him.
Could you tell which hand or arm he had grabbed your wrist with?
It was his left, because he had a hold of he had released me with this hand from my neck to grab me with this hand.
Okay. And the gun that was outside the door that you're pushing away from, he got a hold of that, correct?
Correct.
And what happened then?
After he originally grabbed it and was kind of pulling at it back and forth is when he put his other hand on top, and he started trying to actually yank it away from me. And then he started to trying to turn it, to pry it, almost like he was trying to pry it out of my hands so that he could take it away. And
Which angle was he trying to pry it out of your hand?
like away from me, so it was this way.
Okay. And that obviously is not the way your wrist is supposed to move, correct?
Correct.
Is that what caused the bruising or the?
It is.
Okay. And you said he's trying to push it this way and pry it out of your hand?
To me, it's what it felt like. Like he was trying to pry it out of my hand.
And you said another hand came over and grabbed it?
Yes,
Okay.
from the top.
She said it is about that's how she got the bruises. How do you know how you got the bruises? You were also punching him.
If I may approach your demonstration, what she's saying,
You may.
this is a toy gun. Toy gun. And even though it's a toy gun, it does have a slide on it. As you can see, that it can pull back. There's nothing in this gun. It's a toy gun. So, if this is the gun that you had, he was pointing it, say I and him, in his seat. How did he have your wrist? Like this?
This hand was here, yes.
Okay. And the gun was here, he's pulling you forward.
Yes.
And you said he had you here
But-
on this?
He was closer.
All right. So, and he had your shoulder with this hand, or what was this hand doing?
That he let go
He let go.
once he got a hold of this wrist.
So he came.
And he
tried
grabbed the
to-
gun.
All right, you tried to grab the gun like this.
Correct.
Okay. And where was your finger?
The same way that I have it now.
And when he grabbed like this, that shows his fingers are right there over the trigger.
Correct.
Is that a correct?
I mean,
So-
yes,
So it's possible any of the 4 digits got into that trigger.
correct.
Okay. Thank you. So that occurred, and he's grabbing the gun like that. What happens next?
He's pulling at it, and I'm just yelling at him to stop, thinking that if I could just get away, it'll just be over, I guess.
Were you saying anything to him at this time?
To stop.
Were you saying it loudly?
Yeah, over and over again. Yeah, I was screaming it.
Okay. And then what happened?
As he's turning it towards, like that way, I'm being
pulled and pulled, and I can feel myself like pressing up against the car, like my face is up against the door. And as he's pulling it is when the gun went off.
And you saw the pictures that showed your hand kind of pulled back. Why would your hand or arm been pulled back like that?
After it went off, my entire body kind of fell backwards. Like I was almost like I was falling over, and I was trying to catch my balance. And my arm was turned so far in that once it went off and I was released.
Great question, Mickey. Great question. We'll
sprung
see.
back.
What was going through your mind at that time?
A lot. I knew that I was still had to be on the phone with 911, and that I was just trying to get away from where I've been trying to get away from for the last however many minutes, and that I needed to communicate back to 911 what happened.
So you picked up the phone and
I turned and I picked up my phone that was on the ground, and I told her what happened.
okay. At any time, did you look around for a shell? To
No.
pick up a shell?
No, I did not.
Were you concerned about a shell?
I was not at all.
Okay. And when you got on the phone with 911, you stated that he pulled the trigger?
Yes.
And what else did you state?
To her, I had told her that he had just pulled the trigger on my gun. And I remember kind of looking around, and I noticed behind me that there was someone who was standing behind me, and I asked them if they seen everything, if they would stay to, be a witness. And he was asking, like, if we were okay. He's like, are you okay? Is everything okay? And I told him, I said, I am, but no, he's not. And I asked the dispatch for an ambulance.
Okay. So your concern at that point was to try to get dispatch to send an ambulance out?
Correct.
Did you look around to see if anyone were close?
I did. And that's when I noticed that there were actually, there were police that were, to me, felt so close that all of this could have just been avoided.
But you had no foresight or any kind of anticipation that it would conclude like this?
I had no idea.
And it appears that a lot of witnesses did come up to confront you or to say what they thought they saw.
Originally, everyone that was standing around, they weren't like saying anything direct. Everyone was asking each other what happened. Everyone was trying to figure out, like, well, where did this car come from, and how did this happen?
Did any of them or one particular stick out to you?
Only the one that was right next to me, because I was assuming that he saw the whole thing.
And did you know his name at that time?
I did not.
After seeing him get up and testify, do you know his name?
I do.
And what was his name?
Cameron
Cameron
Williams.
Okay. And he did stay around?
He did. I don't know where he went exactly. He kind of started to walk around where everybody else was. And it was like I was still on the phone with 911, and I'm trying to explain to her what's going on. But at this point, I'm kind of in a bit of a daze. It was all over the place, honestly.
And what did you do with the gun?
I reholstered it. I took the holster off my hip, and I put it back in the holster.
Okay, and did it stay in that condition till the police came?
It did. I remember looking up and seeing that there was a police officer who was coming up from where he would have been at, like, the interstate area. And as he was walking up, I was trying to get his attention, because he was, like, walking towards all the bystanders, having no idea what was going on, having no idea who was involved with what or where or how. And I was trying to get his attention so that he knew, here's the weapon, so that he could have it.
All right, now you said that a lot of crowds were saying stuff, trying to confirm what had happened. Did you hear all that they were saying?
It was more a bunch of kind of questions. After the police officer had come up, one of the people that was standing there were basically, again, asking what had happened. Did you, and she asked me, she said, did you just shoot him? And I told her, I said, no. I said, he pulled me into the vehicle. He had a hold of me, but that I never had my finger on the trigger.
And why is that?
I mean, number one, from training, and number two, I never had any intention on pulling the trigger.
And in fact, you never did pull that trigger, did you?
Correct.
Now, the officers, of course, came up, took your gun, and was there another officer that you encountered at that time?
I was standing on the sidewalk. I was just trying to stay out of the way. And the original officer who I handed my gun to went into Mr. Herring's truck. Okay. And the other officer had come up, and everyone was kind of like, pointing towards me, basically. And he walked up to me and just told me that until they could figure out what was going on, that I would be detained.
So, as you said, kind of this fog's going on and you're in shock. Did you ever see that there was an opportunity to try to render assistance, or did that even cross your mind?
From the time that it happened to the time that the police officer got there, the initial response for me was I was away from this vehicle. And I wasn't trying to interject myself back into a situation that I had just got away from.
Okay. And when the other officer detained you, did he put you somewhere?
He did, in the back of the police car.
A recording in there, so it may take
What?
I'm going to take a recording or video of what occurred, which was in the back seat. It may take me a second to use this technology. If you want to take a break, or if they're ready to go.
Are you going to require any IT assistance?
I might. I've learned a lot on this machine, but I might. No, I wouldn't want to. That's it up here. So yes, I might.
Okay.
He might need assistance.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you a brief break. It's now 3:30. I just ask that you report back at 3:45. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, you guys. Yeah. It's not really doing anything for her, huh? Not really doing anything for her. So straight out of the gate, her lawyer's first thing was letting us know that the reason why she has a gun, why she carries, because of the job she has. I'm just going to put some chapstick on. And then informs us the next thing, that this officer that showed her his badge, which if he was not in uniform, why would he have had a badge on? Didn't she say it was on his shirt or in his shirt? I don't know. Anyway, I have to go back and watch that. But, yeah, she's got the reason to have the gun, and then she's got, the training and the background, and sounds like she'd owned one for quite a while. but it was like instantaneously they were putting the blame onto the security guard. Now, if I would think that maybe, I guess it would depend on the situation, but if I were to witness an accident and like the dude's truck is barely moving and he's like at the next stoplight up the road and the security guard is like, hurry, jump in your car and run up there and grab his license plate number, I would do that. But I mean, I know some of you guys were saying, that since that guy was a cop, or not a cop, but an officer, tell him to go do it. I mean, I get that. I would have, could have possibly in the moment said, yo, I'm going to sit here, wait for the cops, and you go get the license plate. But if in my mind I'm thinking all I got to do is get this dude's license plate, I got my phone, I'll just go snap the picture, be done, turn around, come right back. But why she went a step further and she took that one step further and then took 52 more steps further. And yeah, I just don't. Why? And being the messenger, look, I've got 911 on the phone. But still, no, I don't. Oh, is Billy taking off? See you, Billy. Have a good day. Are you going to require the defendant to help you, sir? Oh, goodness. How do we know he wasn't the aggressor when she went up to the car? I mean, we don't know. He could very well have been the aggressor. I mean, we didn't hear him saying anything aggressively when she was on the phone with 911. I don't know. I mean, we could hear her being aggressive. Sorry, his assistant is busy on the witness stand. Ay. Wait, Tammy, what's going on? Jenny, I'm leaving this whole time. Everyone's been respectful, but I'm not going to listen to comments like Dale. Bye. Dale who? Oh, wait. All right. Well, yeah, I do want people to be respectful in the comments. That's, people are going to get heated. I get that. I understand that. People have their opinions. I get it. Tammy, I wish you would stay. She would have not had training on how to protect herself in such a situation. Say like get away, don't go closer to someone. Yeah. But Tammy, honey, I wish you would stay. We've had good conversation. Don't let somebody else's opinions in the chat take away from, you being here with us. She isn't doing herself any favors. Well, I thought that she might. I thought that potentially she would be able to, you know, have, I think maybe his hope was that he would have, like, had her testimony, the self-defense testimony, be like, relatable, you know, and that her emotions would come through, and that would, you know, make the jury be more empathetic towards her. But it's, you know, yeah. Mm. Come on, Tammy, come back, come back, come back. We want you to stay here. We want you to stay here with us. I get everybody has their opinions. I get that. And I can respect that. But I also don't want any, like, disrespectful chatter. No disrespectful chatter, please. Just block, it works. Her finger wasn't on the trigger and defense asked a question and she answered. That's how she was trained. Her testimony made it worse. Because I was, what? Her testimony made it worse because I was trying to be neutral. It actually made it even worse for her. Well, and see, the visitor, that's like I want to be neutral. You know what I mean? Like, I want to be, because I've always said I'm one of those, like, I go into something trying to have, like, an unbiased, very neutral, you know, and then I hear the opening statement, and then I hear the defense's opening statement, and I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? And so I try to always try to keep an open mind. But I was hoping that the defense would have some more, I don't know, some more, like, expert testimony of some sort or something. And maybe he will. I don't know. Maybe he will. I don't know. JC says, yes, Tammy, you can block those people. If you don't like somebody's certain comments, you can use the block button. Absolutely. Kel said, I just had the most stressful morning, but I'm here. Sounds like I've missed out on a lot. Yes, Kel, you have. And I'm sorry you've had a stressful morning. Joanna says, we love you, Tammy. Sorry if I'm being too salty. No, you can just tell. Tammy's very passionate. Is that the right word? You know, she feels very strongly about one way, you know? And I'm sort of just kind of for me, I think it was just a bad situation that went way worse than it needed to. I just wish she hadn't have gotten out of her Jeep. I wish. And you know what? The sad thing is, you know, in the back of her head, I would hope in the back of her mind, as she was listening to that 911 call, when she says, when she knows when she's on that phone call with the 911 operator, there's that moment where she gets out of her Jeep and goes around to the door of his truck. And in that moment, she wishes that she could have just not made that decision. It's one little decision. And then, yeah. The visitor said, I'm still wondering where her other hand goes during the struggle for the gun. She said where both of his hands go, but one of her hands wasn't in the story. I don't know. If she was maybe, because she said she was pushing with every thing she had in her to get away from his grasp, so to speak. Maybe she was using the one hand to push against the door, but you would think, instinctively, the other hand would go straight to the gun as well to pull it out of his hands. I know, Kath. Wish that she had not approached him. Kel says everyone has a right to their own opinion, but when you're wearing blinders, you're not likely to see another point of view. I think Tammy has already made up her mind. That's true. I think she's made up her mind for sure. But at some point, you just can't defend this. Tammy has been saying biasy stuff all day. It's okay if you're rooting for a killer. Well, I don't know that I agree with the fact that I think she has made up her mind, but also, I also, like it when everybody gets along, beyond a reasonable doubt, they say I'm kind of stuck. Well, what I'm wondering is how long do you guys think that the jury's going to take on this? But she said her body flung back after the trigger went off. She had to be pulling. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe the state of Georgia will think twice. I do feel like she lied when she said his finger pulled the trigger, but of course, I'm not positive. Well, I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know that I believe that because that situation had to have happened too quick. How in the world are you going to... I mean, I know they say that when you're in that situation, if you've been involved in anything, scary or whatever, you kind of feel like that few seconds lasts an eternity, and so it's like you see everything in slow motion. So I don't know if that's kind of where if she like saw that, or if she just assumes or just said it. But as quick as all that had happened, I don't know. Unless, and I mean, she says her finger wasn't on the trigger. Maybe with her trying to grab, then it's possible that her finger was the one that pulled it unintentionally or whatever. But yeah. Kath says, I just think the entire situation sucks. A man lost his life and hers is screwed. Yep. She said a lot of stuff that we didn't hear on the 911 call, but we could hear everything else. Yeah, I know. I thought the same thing. I didn't hear him saying, she said that he said, who the F are you? And then something about, how was it she worded that? What he said about giving her something. And that, to me, I think was her saying that he was, in a roundabout way saying that he was going to hurt her. And then she's talking about him reaching behind the seat, because the knife was back there. Yeah, not long and the jury will be back. Didn't they say 3:45? Yeah. I salute you for broadcasting this trial. You're welcome, Freeze. Thank you. Thank you. So if anybody is here that has joined this channel specifically because of this trial, keep in mind, I will be starting a new channel dedicated to crime trial coverage. That's the plan, man. So this is a crafty channel, and I did not expect for there to be a lot of new people show up over here. Really thought that I would try out streaming a trial with my friends and subscribers here, because there's some crafty people in my neighborhood that, in my YouTube neighborhood, that like true crime stuff. So that's what I thought. I was like, we'll stream a trial and watch it together. And then people started popping over. I'm like, and then I got some crafty people that's like, what is she doing over there? I don't know what Jenny's doing. She's like turning into, crime time or something over there. So anyway, I invite you, I pre-invite you to the new channel whenever I get it up and going. Hopefully that will be this week. So keep an eye on that. I'm not even sure what I'm going to name it yet, but I got some ideas in the works. If she had a laser, we would be watching The Golden Bachelor and he would not be dead. If her story is true, both of her hands were on the gun. She said he twisted her left arm so much her arms hurt. If that happened to me, my other hand was going on the gun or for balance. Well, did she say her left arm? Because when she was sitting there on the stand, she was saying it was her right arm that was twisting in. Right? Or am I wrong? I'm not sure. But whenever the lawyer came up there with that toy gun and was like trying to show how, that did nothing for me. That did nothing for me. And the judge is back. She's got her water bottle. She's ready to go.
Okay, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to get a step ahead and the pictures pulled out.
Court appreciates that. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring the jurors in at this time.
All right. Back in the state respect.
No, not yet, Lee. Not yet. her lawyer has some video footage or something that he's wanting to show, and so yeah, they just took a 15-minute break so that he could get his evidence or footage lined up.
You may be seated, thank you. You may proceed, Attorney
Now,
Tucker.
when we left off, I asked what happened once the officers came up. Officer Richie took your weapon, correct?
Correct.
And then another officer came and got you, was taking you to the car.
Correct. I mean, there was a little bit of time that went in between that, but from him taking my weapon to me walking, trying to stay out of the way, and I just remembered kind of going back and forth with the witnesses, talking about, again, them asking what happened. And I remember yelling for one of the officers to come up, and that we needed an ambulance. I was asking where the ambulance was.
Okay. And you do recall being placed in the back of a car similar to this, correct?
Yes.
And there was a video that you've seen prior to today that shows what happens in this video, correct?
Correct.
And I will show you a small bit, and then I'll stop it so you can confirm that that is the video that you recall of the interview with you after being put in the vehicle. Okay?
Okay.
The ball. Where's the ball? Here.
He's not allowed
Okay.
to do anything, but the deputy.
Is it on the computer? Oh, yes. Volume.
They haven't done any cross-examination yet. Her lawyer is still questioning her. They just took a 15-minute break or something so that he could get some video footage up for some more questioning. But no, she has not been cross-examined yet.
And I don't see where it's. All right. Does that appear to be you in the back of that car? Do you recall an officer coming up? You may not have seen him as well, but do you recall being in the back and having an officer come up and
Yes.
speak to you? And does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of what it was when they came and talked to you?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender defense exhibit number 39.
40.
40?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor, as long as we have, that we only play the times that we previously discussed.
Correct.
Yes. You don't know. And I'm not sure why the volume's not working. But of course, we need volume.
Hey, he did say he didn't think he needed help, right? He didn't need IT help. And now he does. I'm not sure what his intention is, Kath, other than to make people feel sorry for her. But I think that they're going to try to show what happens between now and when she gets to the interrogate or the interview room at the station. That's my guess. So I'm gonna go top off my coffee. I'll be right back, but I'm keeping it going.
This one does. I don't see any light on this one.
No, it's connected to mine.
Right, so this one is, I got it. Going through the PC, the PC has volume all the way up. I've got the audio here. Podium, maybe? You think podium?
No, not
Okay. I got the video from broadcast.
Okay, iTunes song.
And it either's got to be video or broadcast.
Did it play while we were on break?
Oh, we never got that the volume.
Okay.
The video plays. Volume did not.
Just crave everyone's patience while we get IT, who is here. Thank you.
And after that, let you know what you think. I'm going to talk to her. Huh? I didn't open up that press again. Oh, yeah, you go get there and I ran up there. I ain't no fool. Yeah, appreciate it. All right. How you doing, man?
So you said you recall that situation happening. That's fair, accurate representation.
Of him walking up to the car.
And
yes.
then, from what's going to occur here, I would like you to listen, please. And
Not doing good. I'm Sergeant Mary in the Clayton County Police Department. All right. Can you just give me a full interview? You gotta talk to me and telling me what happened. Okay. Take your time. Turning left on board Parkland. Okay.
He ran to the semi? Okay. Okay. Okay.
Almost 20 minutes later, I called the police back with the road because he was drunk and that he was getting back to the car. There was a police officer, I don't know from where, she showed me the badge, he was the whole thing back there as well. Police kept like sitting in the car, I don't know what time to come to the car, and he was starting to try to do it. So I jumped in my vehicle while I was walking home to get back up, and I followed him to the tag number. He was all over the road.
Okay.
While I was following him, I was still in the letter that he was trying to talk about all this. Probably my dad nobody else in that.
Okay.
So I followed him down here. I got up and I was able to cut one of them, and I told him to get out of the car. We need to stop the car.
Okay.
And I carried my left hand field on my right hand side. I told him I couldn't stop. They don't want to get out of the store. They don't want to get out of the
Okay.
When I got up to the car, I was on the phone with dispatch, so I got up to the DPC that I was going with him for, and he smacked my phone out of my hand. So the words were said before that, but I smacked my phone out of my hand, and I told him he needed to get out of the car. And he grabbed my shirt, and he pulled on my shirt, and he undercut me, so
What did he have a hold of you with? Okay. Your hand? Okay. How did you grab your wrist? Did you reach inside the vehicle or what?
I was going, like telling him, I was
Like pointing?
I was telling him to go over. And I was up at the window, and when he was grabbing the hold
The audio is atrocious. It's a cute hoodie, though. I like her hoodie.
All I need is to push it up. You don't got to go there. They're gonna talk to you at CID. I just need to know what came up to when the weapon was
Listen,
fired.
eardrums, man.
And I'm pulling away, I didn't want to pull the trigger. He doesn't have anything in his hand now. I can clearly see he doesn't have his gun. He doesn't have anything on it. But he grabbed my hand, and we're going back and forth in the car, and he's pulling it, he's turning it towards me, and he grabs it, and then the next thing I knew, it went off.
Okay. Okay. Did you do the last 2 weeks? Okay. All right.
I stood back. I told him he was moving around. I told him he needs to sit still. That's when I was yelling at the dispatch to tell them to come back around. And I stood back in the roadster. I was just sitting there waiting.
Were you on the phone with dispatch at that time? Oh, the whole time? Okay. All right.
And I was on when he came around the corner. When I came to
Yeah, the audio was filmed with a potato.
All right, thank you. You have the opportunity to call him. Just give him a minute.
If she got the hoodie from Temu, then I'm shopping in the wrong spot. I thought it was like Aeropostale or American Eagle.
Yeah.
More assistance.
Yes, ma'am.
Making
that
stuff
what
up, JC.
Your recollection of the count, how it happened?
Minus details,
Okay.
generally.
Well, how were you feeling at that time?
I was overwhelmed. I mean,
Well,
I
yeah.
didn't know what was really going on.
Is that why
I
you
was
wanted?
scared.
Is that why you wanted to call your parents? Okay. And they had some pictures earlier that were presented. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may. Did you show?
Yes, I did. I showed some.
Okay.
What I have here is defense exhibit number 27, 28, 29, all the way through, appears to be 30, 35. You recall seeing those when I entered them into evidence, correct?
Yes.
Let me present, Your Honor.
You may.
We'll just go in chronological order.
Oh my God, Amelia.
Okay.
I.
Does this look like a fair and accurate representation of where it appears you were scratched?
I got to go back through the
Okay,
chat.
is that where when you said
See
he was
what I
reaching
missed.
for your head or trying to pull you in, that's where the marks came from?
Yes.
They didn't come from putting a sweatshirt on, did it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And this is defense exhibit number 28. Do you recall this?
Yes.
Okay. And this area here, is that, what is that?
It's my wrist.
Is that where the swelling or what?
Yes.
Is that your right hand?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And that would be swelling for what? What reason?
Well, there was swelling on both, but on this side it was from where I was grabbed, but then my right wrist is where it was being like twisted and pulled
Okay.
and grabbed.
Is this another? Another photograph of how your shirt ended up
Yes.
that day?
Yes.
Okay. And when they were taking pictures, they took a picture of here. What was going on there?
You can't really tell in this picture, but it was starting. It was hurting, like it was starting to swell, and there's irritation around it. I guess you could call it.
Okay. And do you recall them pulling out a ruler to measure the marks on the back of your neck?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall them taking pictures of your hand there?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what was going on there.
There were like scratches and marks all along my hands and
Hi,
on my
Bat. Hey,
fingernails.
Timmy. Welcome back. Yes, she is.
There were a couple of them.
No, it's the same.
It's trying to remember now.
we're-
I don't remember.
we
which
haven't
ones,
stopped
but there were
any.
a couple of them that were broken off when all of this was happening.
And there's some marks over here. Do you recall what those marks were?
The one right on the top was where Detective Moore basically was asking me if I was showing her where it was hurting, and in that area, she wanted him to document that it looked like a busted blood vessel.
Okay. And you recall seeing this being presented into evidence?
I do.
Did you ever see that in the vehicle?
Not at the time, no.
But was that the biggest nightmare you had if that was in the vehicle?
Yes.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else you can remember about that incident that you might have missed from seeing the back of the truck or at back of the police car and speak with them in those pictures?
Small details don't really resonate very well. I mean, it's been the only thing that I've thought about for the last 4.5 years, but it's not, details, no. Nothing that I can think of.
Now, did you get an opportunity to speak to other officers?
Yes, I did.
All right, and who was that?
After I was taken to the police station, they put me in a interview room, and eventually a Detective Hayward came in and introduced himself and said that he was waiting on his partner.
Do you recall who his partner was?
I was Detective Moore.
Okay. And do you recall how that interview went?
I remember feeling like I was waiting for hours. I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't talked to anybody since it happened other than the police officers. And I just remember like feeling like I was waiting for forever, and I had no sense of time or what was going on.
All right. While you were waiting, did you do anything while you were waiting and sitting there alone?
I remember pacing, and that's when I noticed that my nails were broken. So I started messing with my fingernails. I started like taking them off. One of them I remember was hurting, which is what made me realize it was broken.
Okay. And do you recall any of the conversation between Detective Haywood and Moore in that interview?
Not really. I remember that to me it seemed like they would kind of go back and forth between one being more interested than the other. And they kept asking me the same things over and over again. But every time they would ask me, they would kind of insinuate like a different narrative, which to me, I'm thinking that there's an obvious explanation that everybody that was sitting around would have been able to see what I said happened. So to me, I didn't feel like it was, I guess, logical. So I was just confused.
Okay. And you said they were insinuating that there was a different answer or a different, can you give an example of that?
I mean, if just trying to change like my wording, trying to, instead of when I explained to them that I was at the side of his vehicle, when they went back to repeat what I had said, they said, so you reached in his vehicle to show him your phone or something like that. And I just remembered, no, that's not what I said. I was trying to tell them exactly what happened. They kept stopping me, and then they would try and turn what I was saying, and then they'd pass it back to the other person.
Okay. At any time during this interview, did they tell you what was going on with Mr. Herring?
No, they
You
did
never
not.
once said his status or?
Never. No. And I remember asking Detective Hayward in the beginning, kind of, is what's going on? Have you talked to anybody else? Like insinuating, can you tell me anything? And he just said, I feel like he kind of brushed it off and just said that he would have to see. And that's when I asked about calling, like my family.
So to your knowledge, through this whole interview, you didn't know the status?
I
of
never
Mr.
knew.
Herring?
No.
And you were getting questions, as you said, from both sides?
Correct.
How did that make you feel?
In the beginning, when I was telling them what happened, I thought it was more of a kind of like a witness account, like here's what happened. As it got further into it, I could tell to me, it kind of started feeling like interrogation. But originally, I wasn't thinking that it could have been an interrogation, because I'm just thinking that it was an incident that had a clear explanation as to what happened.
Have you ever been in a situation like that before?
Never.
And having gone through that situation and here we are in court, is there anything you learned from this situation or that sticks in your mind from all this 4 years later, 4.5 years later?
That not everybody is going to have a reaction that you think they're going to have, and that clearly trying to do the right thing is not the right answer.
Think you're ever going to help anybody else, try to help anybody ever again?
No.
I don't know how to feel about those last two questions and answers. All right. Here we go. I really thought the other lawyer would do the cross-examination.
Still going to need IT right now. Do you plan to play anything else, Attorney Tucker?
I think we're back to the point. I think I know what we're doing up there. I'm not trying to say I'm an IT specialist, but I think we can handle it, and I don't.
Maybe they decided to let this one, I don't know their names, but maybe they decided to let this lawyer do the cross because she's comes off a little bit nicer than the other one.
Or as you just discussed, you remember having an interview on May 7, 2019.
Yeah, I know, her hair is awesome, right? I
And
love the hair.
Detective Hayward.
Correct.
And you recall during that interview when you were discussing the original incident that occurred on Clark Howell, that your vehicle was almost struck by Mr. Herring, correct?
Correct.
It was not struck.
No, it was not.
And that you were able to stop your vehicle before he came through the intersection.
Correct.
And at that time, you were able to go around and you pulled up on the sidewalk and waited to call the police.
Correct.
And while you were on scene at Clark Howell, you had no issues with Mr. Herring, correct?
No, none.
You never spoke to him directly?
No.
You didn't see any weapons on him?
No.
You never got close to him to smell any odor of alcohol on him?
No, I did not.
And he didn't threaten you in any way?
No, I did not.
And you never told the detectives or the police that Terry Robinson told you he was struck?
I did, yes.
You told the police?
I told 911 dispatch.
Now let's talk about 911 dispatch. Now, you also stated that when Mr. Herring took off from the incident location, you were already at your vehicle.
Correct.
And you had gotten into your vehicle, correct?
I was sitting in my vehicle on the phone. Correct.
And Terry Robinson and Mr. Kimball were still in the street.
Correct.
And you stated that he waved you over?
Yes.
And the only thing you heard Terry Robinson say was, "Go, go, go."
Correct.
That's your testimony today.
Correct.
So he never told you to take a picture of the tag?
Not that I remember, no.
And you also testified today that you never heard the 911 dispatch give you a warning not to chase?
No, I never said that. I said that she told me that she wanted me to be safe. And I said that from what I took it as was that she didn't want me to chase. And when I explained to her I wasn't chasing, I was just simply staying with him until a police officer could get to us.
And the 911 dispatch indicated to you approximately 4 times to either not chase Mr. Herring and go back to the scene, correct?
Incorrect. I only heard it one time, and she told me not to chase, to be safe. She never told me to go back to the scene until after I had told her that I was behind him and that she wanted me to be safe. And in doing so, she said that she wanted both of us to go back.
May I approach the witness, Sharon? Excuse me. I'm handing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 40, which is a copy of the 911 transcript. If you can review that.
It's in its entirety or just what you're referencing?
You can review the entire transcript. You ready?
Yes.
All right, you see on page 1, female caller. Dispatcher tells you, okay, can you get his tag number? Your response, hold on, he's driving away. It's a red Dodge Dakota. Give me 1 second, hold on. Okay, so he is going west down Clark Howell. No, I'm sorry, down Forest Parkway. Dispatcher, okay, so you couldn't get a tag number? Your response, no, but I'm catching up to him right now. And the dispatcher tells you, okay, ma'am, we actually do not want you to chase him. We just want you to be safe. It's the first time they tell you not to chase him, correct?
She didn't tell me not to. She just said that they didn't want me to because of my safety. At least is the way that I interpreted it.
Okay, I'll give you that. So they told you that they do not want you to chase him, correct?
Correct.
And what did you say next? You can read it.
I understand.
Okay. And the dispatcher tells you after that, it's not safe to chase him. Second time, correct?
That's what the transcript guy said. When we're listening to it, I don't remember hearing that, but.
And can you read what your response was?
I understand 100%. I'm just going to get the tag number, if nothing else. But I am going west down Forest Parkway, and I'm almost up to him.
So you told the dispatcher that you understood 100%, correct?
That I needed to be safe, correct.
And
I gotta go
dispatcher
back.
states after
I had to
that,
hop up
okay,
for a few minutes.
after you provide the tag number, which you provide the tag number before you make contact with Mr. Herring, correct?
Correct.
Not now, but
And
afterwards.
once she gets the tag number from you,
Yeah, I'll have to go
she
back.
tells you, okay, So
Watch
if
what I
you
missed.
could go back to that location where the incident happened because someone is actually on the way to you guys now. Is that correct?
Correct.
So there should be no confusion that she told both of you to go back to that location.
Well, if you keep, it's not confusion, it's just more to the conversation.
But you said your interpretation was that she advised, you thought that she was advising you and Mr. Herring to return to the incident location, correct?
Because that's what she says in the next line.
Okay, I'll let you read it. Read the entire response from dispatch.
From what the transcript reads is, you know,
From the beginning, okay.
female caller or dispatcher?
Dispatcher.
Okay, so if you could go back to that location where the incident happened because someone is actually on the way to you guys now.
And Terry Robinson and Mr. Kimball were still at that location, correct?
That was 2 out of the 4 people. that
Terry
were
Robinson
involved.
and Mr. Kimball were still at that
Correct.
location, correct? And that's the 3rd time she's telling you to not continue to follow Mr. Herring and go back to the location.
No,
correct?
that's when she told me to go back to the location, the first time. She didn't say anything about not following.
All right, and so what is your response to the dispatch at that time? You can read the next paragraph.
That there's a police officer? Okay, well, there is a police officer there, but he is drunk. I'm sorry, but I'm here to tell you, I'm not going to follow him because he's going to cause another accident. So I will stay behind him until an officer can get to us. But until then, I'm not moving.
Right, so you were aware that dispatcher did not want you to continue to follow Mr. Herring, correct?
Sure.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
All right, and the dispatcher tells you after that, you know that's what I want. I want you guys to go back to the location where it happened and an officer will be out there momentarily. So that's a 4th time she's telling you again, don't follow and head back to the incident location, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay, so what am I missing?
She said, which in the transcript it reads differently than what you can hear on the call.
I'm talking about the transcript that's before you, Ms. Payne.
I'm just speaking from facts of what I've known.
I'm asking you to
If she could allow the witness to finish answering the question instead of interrupting her.
the defendant is
She could get her question answered if she allowed her to finish hers.
Your response, Lady Hunter?
the defendant is non-responsive to the question. I'm only asking her about the transcript that's in front of her.
So I'm going to overrule the objection, and Ms. Payne, you will answer the question that's been posed.
Okay.
You can explain after you've indicated whether she's correct or not correct.
So can you repeat your question?
The dispatcher for a 4th time indicated to you that she wanted you to return to the incident location, correct?
Correct. And not for a 4th time that she wanted me to not follow.
Okay. You testified that you didn't cut Mr. Herring off on Riverdale Road. You saw him stopped in the turning lane. Is that correct? Is that your testimony?
I said I saw him stopped in the turning lane. And I never used the terminology cut him off. Because in my eyes, I was still in my lane of travel.
And do you remember telling the detectives on May 7th, 2019, that you got in your Jeep, you followed Mr. Herring, you told the dispatch that you were following him, and she told you that she didn't advise it. She told you to get his tag number. You got the tag number by the time you got to the end, right when I got to Riverdale Road, correct?
Your Honor, objection. This is a very long question. She can break it up, maybe the witness could understand it and answer a little bit clearer.
Your response, Eddie?
And I'm asking her if that's what she said. That's the statement that she would have made to the detectives. I'm asking her, was that a statement that she made to detectives?
Okay, so I'll overrule the objection. It's not a compound question. She's just asking if that's actually what she said, so I'll allow it.
So if you're asking me if I remember word for word what I said 4.5 years ago, I can not say that I do remember exactly what I said.
And do you recall that you told them that you came around that curve and you had an opportunity to get in front of him?
If that's what I said, then I don't remember. Like I said, exactly. It was 4.5 years ago. There was hours worth of interview. So.
And do you recall telling the detectives that you got in front of him and I stopped
JC.
in front of him and I got out?
Okay.
You recall that?
Again, I don't remember word for word what I said. I would have assumed that I would have explained what happened, which you were able to see in the pictures.
So it's your testimony today that you did not cause him to stop his vehicle?
Correct.
I'm showing you what it has been, and then that's defendant exhibit 5.
That was weird. It was like they panned over to the microphone and there was nobody sitting there.
It was.
And do you see how your vehicle is angled toward the red Dodge Dakota?
No, I see his vehicle is angled towards mine.
Okay, I can give you a better view.
Here's your sign, Lee. Here's your sign.
Showing you what has been previously admitted as States Exhibit 8. Now, is your vehicle slightly ahead of Mr. Herring's vehicle?
Slightly ahead, yes.
And is your right passenger tire turned towards the right toward his vehicle?
The tires turn, but the vehicle is not.
And so in order for you to get in that position, you had to turn your steering wheel to the right towards Mr. Herring's vehicle, correct?
Towards the lane.
And his vehicle is in that lane, correct?
At the time, it was further back, so no.
So if it was further back, you had to turn your vehicle in front of his vehicle, correct?
No.
So how did you end up in that position?
In this meaning, like with the cars connected or with me?
With you partially in his lane.
With my front tire partially in his lane, my wheel was turned.
Now, you testified that you walked up to him and you were, does it sound like you described it, calmly telling him that the 911 dispatch wanted him to go back to the scene?
Correct.
And telling him calmly that you were on the phone with 911?
When you say calmly, do you mean like was I irate or was I louder?
That is your testimony today that you did not get out of your vehicle and run up to Mr. Herring's vehicle telling him to get out of the car.
Correct.
And you never once got out of your vehicle and go up to him and tell him to get out of the fucking car.
Well, everyone heard I did.
And so at no point on that 911 tape did you ever tell him to stop,
I
go
did.
back to the scene?
I did.
And did you hear that on the 911?
Conveniently, no.
Wow, conveniently, no. That's where they're trying to say that the video footage was edited. All right. I'll see you soon, Brenda. Have a good night. Yeah. I mean that the footage is that those, I'm assuming that's where they're talking about 14 seconds or whatever that they were talking about first thing this morning, was conveniently gone from the audio. Right? Yeah. They said it was an unidentified male DNA on the gun, but the chances of it being his DNA was some number with 24 zeros behind it. Yeah, some kind of septibillion, quiltillion or something. But I think what who was it? Robert was asking a while ago was if there was gunshot residue on his hand. I don't remember if they said they even checked. Did they? Or did they? I mean, I would expect that there would be if his hand was right near hers at the time that the gun went off. Then I would say that, yeah, there probably is gunshot residue on his hand, but I don't know that they ever tested, or if they did, I don't remember what the result was. So husband had to get out and leave for work a while ago, so I had to give him the kisses goodbye and talk to him a little bit before he left for work. So gotta love a late second shift. There's the Grinch. The Grinch. Hi, Grinch. Hello. Hi, Grinch. Everybody say hi, Grinch. Say hi in the chat, everybody. Tell him hi in case he decides to watch back. Foxy says, Jenny, I have 2 feeds on and that girl seems to have an attitude. Hannah or the lawyer? Foxy. Hannah or the lawyer? Foxy says, hi, Grinch. There he is again. He's the one there with the yellow or green mohawk. That's the Grinch. He's a pretty nice guy, too. Pretty nice guy. He's been very respectful in the chat, and we like the Grinch. He's really good friends with Hannah's brother, apparently. And I don't know which one is Hannah's brother. Yeah, I'm not sure which one is Hannah's brother, but I don't know. Hannah's mom and dad look very tired, very sleepy. So does the Grinch. The Grinch looks very sleepy. I wonder if he knows that I know he don't know that they had a very nice close-up of him just now, so that ought to be fun for him to see here in a little bit. He obviously didn't get much sleep last night either. Or he got his belly full after lunch and he's sleepy. Oh, come on, sidebars. These sidebars take forever. These sidebars take forever. Okay, Hannah has the attitude. Yeah. She cut that man off, blocking him in. Well, I mean, I can see what they're trying to say as far as her tires. Because if that's a 2-lane, right? If that's a 2-lane... Oh, they're back.
And so I believe you testified that as you were at Mr. Herring's window, his vehicle moved forward towards your Jeep, correct?
I was in the vehicle, but yes, correct.
While that vehicle was moving forward?
Correct.
So do you remember speaking with the detectives? Okay.
See, and again, Lee, I probably heard that but forgot, or I didn't register it. And so that right there would be another really good visual to see from a wider shot. Like, so we can get the perspective of what kind of traffic we're talking about there, you know? I thought they said it was an intersection. Is it just me, or okay, I got another celebrity spotlight. The dude right there in the blue tie and the blue dress shirt behind the prosecutor looks like a very, 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 very young Matlock. Very, very, very young Matlock.
May I approach, Your Honor? Yes, you may. I'm handing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 41, which is a copy of the transcript of your interview with Detective Moore and Detective Hayward. Can you turn to page 11? The page number will be at the top of the page.
Okay.
And down at the bottom of the page, where it says your name, and it starts with and.
Yes.
And can you read that paragraph?
And he's just like, who are you? Who are you? I said, I'm no one, but I'm on the phone with dispatch. I'm on the phone with the police. You need to stop. You just caused that accident. And he's like, yeah, okay, I got something for you. And that's when he pulled forward.
And Detective Moore asked you, so at this time, it was just words being exchanged. There was no, he stopped, and then what did you respond?
She stopped, and I responded saying no contact.
And she responded, no contact at all yet. And what was your response?
Right.
So at the time his car pulled forward, there was no contact between you and Mr. Herring, correct?
It was between the vehicles.
So when Detective Moore said there were just words being exchanged, there was no contact. Is
That's
your
what she
position
said.
that she was just talking about the vehicles?
That's what I would assume, yes.
So words in vehicle?
Yes.
Your response. I'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay, I will sustain the objection. You can move on with your next question.
Now, is your testimony today that you've never had your finger on the trigger?
It is.
We're not old. We're not old. Not even a little bit. He looks like Matlock, though. For real, look at him. He looks like a very young Matlock.
Can you turn to page 49?
Well aged. I like that. Like a fine wine.
Okay.
All right. Down at the bottom of the page where you see your name and it starts off, I mean. Can you read that paragraph?
I mean, he's almost fully turned by pulling, and I think that was more so just a matter of us kind of going back and forth with him like this. Hannah is showing the position he is in. And he's pulling, and after he tried to pull the trigger, when he came back around is when I had my hand on the trigger, and he still was squeezing, reaching, pulling, turning. But I'm pretty sure that in prior testimony we were speaking of the trigger guard.
And can you turn to page 41?
Okay.
Can you start down where it says your name? I pulled it out.
I pulled it out and I had it up here.
And Detective Hayward asked you where the muzzle was pointed. What was your response?
It's more so pointing sideways.
And he also asked you that he stated so it was not pointed at Mr. Herring, just raised.
Correct.
And he stated ready if you had to pull it.
That's what he states, yes.
And on page 42, and Detective Hayward states that he reaches out with his right hand, so you know there's nothing, no weapon or nothing in his right hand, correct? And what is your response?
Correct, well, yes.
And Detective Hayward asked you because you didn't see no weapons or nothing in his right. And what is your response?
I didn't see anything in his, but he have anything in his hands.
And on page 40, turn to page 40. And at the top, I believe that's your response. And I had my gun in my hand. And Detective Hayward asked you, are you pointing it at him at this time? What was your response?
No, I am not pointing it at him, but I'm pointing it away.
No, reread that. I don't believe that's what that says.
I'm not pointing it at him, but I'm not pointing it away. Where it goes on to show that I was resting it on the window of the car. As I explained, I was pushing away.
And so your testimony today was all of this could have been avoided, correct?
Correct.
And you also stated that you had no intention, or you wasn't trying to interject yourself in a situation that you just got away from, correct?
Correct.
But that's in fact what happened on May 7, 2019.
Interjecting myself twice or initially?
So in the initial incident, your vehicle was not struck, correct?
Correct.
And so there was no reason for you to interject yourself in the final conclusion of what happened with Mr. Herring as far as that incident was concerned.
There was a lot that led up to that. So for me to have interjected myself to begin with was me doing something that I would have wanted someone else to do for me, which was to be a witness for what I thought was an accident.
And you're not post-certified?
No, I'm not.
You're not a police officer?
I'm not.
Nobody deputized you on that day to apprehend anyone?
No, they did not.
And you also stated that you never had any intention of pulling the trigger.
Correct.
So when you told Mr. Herring that you would shoot him, you were just bluffing?
Oh, I wasn't bluffing. I was, as I explained, thinking it was a deterrent, like I would be able to get away.
And you said you had training with this firearm?
Yes.
And in that training, you didn't learn that you don't pull a gun unless you're going to use it?
I learned that you don't put your finger on the trigger unless you're going to use it.
And it was your testimony today in that interview that your finger was on the trigger, correct?
My finger was in the trigger, on the trigger guard, not in the trigger.
Thank you, A.B. I'm sorry. Any redirect?
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney Taylor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, now, they talked about this 911 tape with you. During this 911 tape, as you heard it while you were sitting at the table, did it appear sometimes you were talking over the 911 operator and they were talking over you?
It appeared that way, yes.
Okay. Did it appear that when they were saying one time, we don't want you to chase, we want you to be safe, that you were giving directions at that time?
Correct.
Could that be the reason you did not hear the first or the second time?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the state kept saying that they said, don't chase, don't chase. But you recall them saying, be safe and come back to a location, correct?
From my recollection, I remember them telling me not to chase. I told them I wasn't chasing. I was just following behind, she wanted me to be safe, and I told her that I understood that. I had no reason to think that I wouldn't be safe.
Okay. And the last time from you saying, I'm just trying to get his tag, how many seconds went by before 911 came even back on the line to talk to you?
There's a large gap between both times of her originally asking me, can I get the tag? And I said, no, hold on. There was a large gap. And then she asked me again if I was able to get the tag. And there was another large gap.
Right. And I recall hearing you walking at a fast pace to your car, to your Jeep, while they were asking about the tag. So did you get into your Jeep at that time?
Yes, because I was sitting on my passenger side, or standing at my passenger side.
And you were on the phone concentrating to what 911 was saying, correct?
Correct, yes.
Did you hear any outside noise of the state officer telling somebody to take a picture of the tag or to get the tag number?
No.
So you were doing what you were told to or requested to by 911?
Yes.
Okay. Now, state asked you a specific question, and I think you read the transcripts of you never had your finger on the trigger. But isn't it true that the portion you read said your hand was on the trigger?
That's the way that I interpreted it, which is why I tried to explain about the previous statements.
Is your hand different than your finger?
It's a part of.
Okay, but it's different when you're holding a gun to have a hand versus a finger on a trigger, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall anybody ever coming in there to get fingerprints to check the trigger to see if there were any fingerprints on the trigger?
No, they never checked for fingerprints. They never took my fingerprints. They never even checked the fact that I had the marks or the ripped shirt or anything like that until way after.
And did you request them to take pictures or to check that, or did someone else?
Detective Moore is who actually asked the photographer to come in after it was brought to her attention.
And you mentioned that they were going back and forth, Detective Moore and Detective Haywood, correct?
Correct.
And was it kind of a good cop, bad cop situation?
In hindsight, yes.
Okay. And did it appear they were looking for a certain answer, or they were changing your words to get that answer?
That's how I explained it. That's how I felt.
Okay. And now you stated that there was no contact, and you stated you thought it was the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Was there any contact with the vehicle prior to the question they asked?
At that point, there was not.
But was there, had he grabbed you or done anything to you prior to that?
Prior to what are you referencing?
To the vehicle moving forward and hitting your vehicle. And that's the contact you thought they were talking about, correct?
Correct, yes. So when he had a hold, and then once he grabbed a hold of me, after that is when the vehicles hit, which I didn't figure out until after the fact, of course.
Now, it said you pulled it out and possibly had pointed it sideways, but the gun would have been sideways, you stated, pushing off of the car, correct?
Correct.
So is that when he grabbed your wrist?
Yes.
So the gun would have been pointing kind of upward or downward, not at him when he grabbed your wrist, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when he grabbed your wrist, he tried to pull the gun into... It's cross, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I thought in cross you can ask leading questions or ask questions about what they
You're
asked.
redirect. At this point, you're not cross-examining, you're redirecting. So I will sustain the objection as to leading question.
So what was the position of the gun as was asked by the state when it was resting on the...
It was in my hand, and I was like this. So it was like...
They told her
towards
not
the steering wheel,
to.
I guess is where it would...
A
the
few
natural
times.
position would be until it was grabbed. And then once it was grabbed, it was back and forth. But inevitably, in the end, it ended up to where it was being pulled that way, like away.
And you were asked about hearing your voice on the 911 tape. Did you hear your voice saying stop on the 911 tape?
I couldn't hear any of what I consider cries for help on the 911 tape.
Do you recall a Cameron Williams that came and testified that had a video?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall after the state had taken him back to refresh his memory, and then he came back to finish his testimony? Do you recall hearing the video?
I do.
What did they say in the video?
You can hear me saying, stop, stop, over and over again.
And the phone was right there, close to you?
It was.
So, obviously, it just wasn't loud enough to be on the 911 tape?
I mean, my voice projection didn't change for me yelling from get out of the car to stop. So I don't know how it picked up one and not the other.
And it stated, the state requested that this could have been avoided and asked you that question. Do you recall that?
I do.
How could it have been avoided?
Initially, me not trying to do the right thing. And in the end, I don't know, just trying to stay away from the original scene, put it that way.
Okay. So, you said at the beginning, but at the end, it could have been avoided a different way?
I believe if he wasn't trying to take it from me, it would have never went off.
And you would have never pulled it had the situation not escalated?
Correct.
Okay. And you told the detectives, as well as the 911, as well as the people around there, you never had your finger on the trigger?
Correct.
Elizabeth, at
And
first,
your hand was on the trigger guard.
Well, that's where your hands rest, is alongside.
she said that the security guard that first called 911 was a state officer, is what she kept calling him. He showed her a badge.
We talked about the fact that
And
it could have been avoided.
that
had you
he
not attempted
sent her.
to, I guess, assist or help. But this actually could have been avoided if you not had introduced a gun into this incident, correct?
I introduced the gun to try and save my life.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
She asked the question to interject herself.
Objection. What is the objection? He's already directed the witness, Your Honor. He already redirected the witness.
And you're saying I can't come back and redirect again what you've done another question, another question?
I'm going to sustain the objection. Attorney Tucker. Yes. Have you concluded with this witness, Attorney Tucker?
We.
Yes, I am. I'm getting the witness.
Okay. You may step down.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So that could have went a lot better.
Another witness?
Not that should have, there's something that, Your Honor, no.
So the defense rests at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Does the state intend to use any rebuttal witnesses?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Can counsels please approach?
So are they saying that she is his only witness? Did he say something about somebody being under subpoena? And they couldn't be there today, or they're coming later? I'm confused on that. Because now they're going to go into rebuttal. Like, I'm confused. If there are no other witnesses for her, then this did not go well. And I think she knows it. He said he had to confirm that witnesses would be there. Okay. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I feel like if she loses, if she's found guilty, I think she's got a great chance at an appeal and will, you know, be able to get a different lawyer. That's all I know. He's terrible at his job, says Kath. Goodness. Hi, Jason Harris. He says, when will we be allowed to give you thanks or buy you a coffee? That's super sweet. I appreciate that. But it's not required. Thank you, though. I believe it was before the break, said Foxy. I'll be surprised if she's not found guilty. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Elizabeth's still leaning with the whole clown thing. When they come back from lunch, when they came back from lunch, he said they would not be testifying. Okay. Well,
Counsel's approach again for just a minute, please.
lots and lots of approaches. Lots and lots of approaches. I think she knows that she was in the wrong, but she still has to try to save her hind end. Yeah. I just feel like that lawyer, the prosecution kind of gave her an out by saying that about the gun, and she's like, I did it for, it was kind of like, almost kind of like her giving her a one last ditch attempt to say, yeah, I shouldn't have did it, but she didn't. She like double down. Is that what they say? Double down. Is that what they say?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to release you at this time for the evening.
Yes.
And ask that you return tomorrow at, well, hopefully you'll get here by 8:30 so that we can promptly start at 9 o'clock. You are released for the evening with the instructions that I previously gave. They still apply. No discussion, no social media searches, all the instructions that I've given. And hopefully you'll have a good evening, and we'll see you back here tomorrow at 8:30. Thank you so much.
Wow, you guys. Okay, let's see what happens after the jury heads out and see if there's any arguments between the two. Let's see. Back to Kel's comment. I think she knows that she was in the wrong, but she still has to try to save her butt. So, yeah, of course she's going to try to save her butt, right? But she had that one last, that last question. And I think that the defense was going to say something or ask something in response to that so that she could have that out. But he got shot down, right? You're welcome, Foxy She-Devil. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us.
Placed on the record what was discussed at the bench. We're going to conduct the charge conference or pre-charge conference at this time. The state will call its rebuttal witness tomorrow at 9 o'clock. But at this time, we can go ahead and look at the charges and determine what will be read to the jurors tomorrow. Attorney Tucker, were you able to receive a copy?
Yes, ma'am. I believe the clerk came out and made a copy for everyone of mine.
Okay.
I'm not sure if she gave it to them or not. I think what was discussed in her email is kind of similar to what I wrote all over the paperwork, and I agree on some of the, I think on the majority of the issues brought up, I agree with. And mine are just notes on the charge itself, because there's duplicate charges, there's gaps, there's some other stuff. So I think if we go through and make sure that every charge is correct the way it's said, and some of ours are the same, I think we can go to the order of what it needs to be, and that should satisfy that. I don't think there's something that I'm going to jump up and really object to, because all of it looks like pattern.
Okay, all right, so I'm going to step off the bench for just a minute. Let me just see the staff attorneys here so that we can go ahead and try to handle this portion of it. For those of you that are sitting in the courtroom, pretty much we're recessed in terms of evidence. We're just doing charges, what the jury will be charged with. So you're free to remain here, or you're free to leave. This is just something that the court has to handle with counsels at this time. So I'm going to step off for just a couple minutes, and then I'll be back to review the charges. Was the state able to send revisions to the staff attorney?
The guard from the original accident, Tammy, was a witness on day one.
Nothing from defense attorney?
I have his original request to charge that we both did in October of 2022. But I don't have anything, if there's something more important, I have what he emailed, but his comments
Oh,
and
Grinch is leaving.
suggestions and things along
Wonder
those
if he'll
lines.
hop in the chat here in a few minutes.
And I believe the staff attorney came out this morning and taken my copy and made copies for all parties. That was my understanding, and she came back later on and gave me my copy back.
Right, but did she email anything to Chief Assistant or to ADA?
I emailed and explained that I'd made my corrections on these documents, but it was similar to her comments and documents, and that I would have this present and available. And that's what I was understanding the staff attorney did, was make copies for all parties.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're done for today, other than just this little bit of quibble back and forth. But
Okay.
tomorrow they'll have their rebuttal, closing arguments. They could potentially start deliberating. But, then they have to, after the closing arguments, they'll have to go through like jury instructions and all that. So, no, Elizabeth, he was what do you call it? Was it a security guard or some kind of guard at or maybe like a corrections officer. Yeah, it was a corrections officer. But he had medical training. So, yeah. Yep. No matter which way you look at it, somebody died for no reason. Now, I'm not going to say that she may not have felt like I wasn't there. Maybe he did or said something that made her feel like he was, in danger. But she should have never put herself in that position to begin with. She never should have gotten out of her vehicle. I mean, get the license plate and turn around and go back. to where you know the cops are going to show up, and mind your own business. That's what I feel like saying. Yep. Yep, 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 yep. Her lawyer should be fired into the sun. She put herself in that position. Elizabeth said, my brother was a prison guard. Ain't no way. I know, JC, you're right. We didn't hear it. We heard everything else. I don't understand. She said that there was 2 or 3 things that he said, and we never heard it. She did say conveniently, right? I know things can be corrupt. Things can happen. I get that, but I do not believe that that anybody edited that audio at all. Do I believe that her phone could have cut in and out, especially when she dropped it? Yeah. I believe that. That happens all the time. But no. No. So he should have never spoke those words to entice an incident. I get it, Tammy. I know he shouldn't have said what he said. I think she was already headlong going to do it regardless. And because she was, according to the statements, she was already in the process of doing it before he said that. And he just said, get the license plate, get the tag. He didn't say, cut him off, get out of your car, and hold him at gunpoint until the police come. That's not what, At some point, she took it out. She took it all the way around. She wasn't someone who could de-escalate. Yeah. Tricky because you're only legally allowed to use the amount of force to remove yourself from the danger. There was no indication that lethal force was justified. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. She states her finger was on the trigger guard. So he pulled the trigger. She's innocent. I mean, peace. Yeah, definitely see what the jury thinks. I mean, they're the ones with the final say, Always altered evidence when there is nothing else to stand on. Yeah. Did she acknowledge the 911 saying to not follow? I don't recall myself hearing it. She said that she heard them say it one time. That she didn't hear them the other times. I think she was saying because she had dropped her phone or something. So. 8, I think, another CG. Guilty in some parts, then innocent in some parts. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not buying the malice. I'm not buying the malice. but are jurors allowed to review the full calls and transcripts? I mean, if the full calls and transcripts were shown during the trial, I would think so. But I don't know if anything was like redacted or that they didn't want them to hear for whatever reason. But I don't think that it was that any audio was edited prior to being put into evidence. You know what I mean? So, let's see where we are on the I'm assuming they're done, right, for today? Were they done for today? I was yapping whenever the judge was saying her little spiel, so I don't know if oh, she's back. Was there something that we were waiting on them to do?
My understanding is that Staff Attorney Boga forwarded it to your emails, so you should have that.
Okay.
Are you on page 1?
I'm interested in hearing about these charges.
Indictment, accusation.
I'm going to go check on the kids real quick, but I will be right back.
The second line of the first page, that should be malice murder, so I will correct that. Well, let me ask you, is this something you want to look at this evening and we can go through? Okay.
We're just trying to use 8800's screen to pull up.
Okay. So the first 4 pages are just, it's just relisting the charges, the counts. Okay, page 5 is issuing plea of not guilty. Are we okay with page 5? Okay. Defense counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you don't have a computer?
Yeah, I guess.
Right, and just speak into the mic,
Yes, turn it
Attorney
on.
Tucker, just so that court reporter can record.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's not on.
It's on now? Okay.
Yes.
We're on page 5. Are you okay with page 5, issue and plea of not guilty?
My understanding of what the pattern was, I believe that is fairly close, if not exactly. I believe there was something else there, and I was trying to check it with the issue of
This is, looks just like the state's request charge number 2, which is the pattern. So the charges aren't pattern.
Okay, so I'm going to take that as okay. Page 5.
and if they're saying it's the pattern, I mean, this it appeared. So,
Okay.
Okay.
Page 6, the presumption of innocence, burden of proof, reasonable doubt. Any corrections?
Judge, this is the pattern, and it does contain the correction that the state pointed out, just reflecting the defendant's gender. And that change in the original is, you can see it highlighted in what Ms. Boga just sent us.
Okay.
I just changed it from a his to a her.
Okay.
So no objection, it's the pattern charge on presumption of innocence, burden of proof, and reasonable doubt.
With that change, no objection.
Okay. Page 8, jury judges of law and facts.
That is the pattern charge 1.20.30. The state does not object to it.
Okay, what did you quote, Chief Assistant?
I was just quoting the pattern charge because they appear to be looking at it, so I was trying to help them find it.
Okay. Be so kind as to repeat.
Yes, it's, the pattern is 1.20.30. The state requested it, so we don't have an objection to page 8.
Objection, it is the pattern.
No objection is what you just said, Attorney Tucker?
No objection, Your Honor, it does appear to be pattern.
Okay, thank you. I gotta be able to hear you, Attorney.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I rarely have that problem, so I'm
Okay.
talking to the mic.
Don't start making it a problem now.
All right.
Okay, page 9, evidence generally.
That is pattern 1.30.10, and that is the pattern charge. State does not object to page 9.
There is a part that's in quotes. I'm trying to see if that would have a bearing.
I don't have anything in quotes.
Right, but in the pattern there is quotes talking about stipulation of attorneys, that is in fact which the attorneys may agree upon with the approval of the court, matters which the court has taken judicial notice, and I don't think we had any, so I had an objection. I just wanted to read that.
Okay, so we're okay with evidence generally, page 9?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Page 10, direct and circumstantial evidence.
State, this is the pattern 1.30.20. We do not object to page 2.
Okay.
does appear to be a pattern no longer, no objection, right?
Okay, thank you. Page 11.
Judge, on page 11, the state's request is the current pattern. The state opposes giving the defense request a charge there. Number one, it would be redundant at the state's request. Number two, the courts have was disapproved of some of the language that is contained. We are no longer to charge, and it says it in the charge book, to no longer give the charge about a witness's intelligence. So the state's request is the current pattern, and we would ask for the current pattern and not the old charge that has now been disapproved of.
Attorney Tucker?
I see what they're saying, their intelligence, I understand that. But I believe there could be some more language left in there.
So I'm going to go with, pardon me?
It just appears, it appears there's more words when actually I'm reading it. It covers the same basis.
It covers the same thing, so
Yes.
I'll go with the first one. So we'll take out the defendant's request to charge number 4. Okay, page 12, expert witness.
Judge, I'm sorry, that is the pattern charge zone. The highlighted sections where I added commas, but other than that, the state does not object to that. It's this pattern charge on expert witness.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, so included. Page 13, witness impeached.
This is 131, are you looking at the pattern?
Yeah.
Am I just- It's 131.45, but it's tailored to the evidence. The pattern charge contains methods of impeaching a witness that did not occur here, such as prior convictions, things along those lines. So it's the pattern as tailored to the case.
And I would request that portion to remain in there based on inferences that can be made from statements back and forth. In particular, and I know it has no bearing because I know she would do nothing inappropriate, but she did talk about Mr. Cameron having a DUI pending. And even though we didn't go down that road to really harp it, the jury heard it. And just to be fair to both sides, I would request that you keep that portion in there. I don't see what the harm would be by leaving it in there.
That portion talks about a person having a felony conviction.
A conviction.
Where?
His case is still pending,
Yes.
so it wouldn't be applicable. So he doesn't have a felony conviction. So I am going to give the 131.45 witness impeached.
With or without the...
Without, because he doesn't have a conviction. Yes, pending charges, but no conviction, so it wouldn't be applicable.
This
Okay, page 14, prior statements.
No objection from the state. It's what was emailed to us. It's not just my request, it's what was emailed to us a few minutes ago, a little while ago.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I was looking at a different copy. What was he?
A different copy of what was sent?
I do, Your Honor, and I'm pulling it up right now. I was looking at the very. This is. Did we miss the immunity and leniency?
We haven't got there yet.
Okay. The copy I'm looking at right here says witness impeached, immunity and leniency and prior statement.
Yeah, I'm going in order based on the pages. So the last was witness impeached, and then we're now at prior statements.
All this stuff just kind of goes whew, right over my head.
The last version was sent approximately 3:49. Is that the one you're looking at?
They start talking about these things, and then if I start going,
Pardon?
There it is. I see it.
so
You just re-emailed it?
Yes, I see it. I've got it. There were a lot of attachments to that chain.
Okay.
So I've got it now.
So we're on page 14. Prior statements. It is a pattern charge.
It is 131.47.
all right.
Did you say 47?
Well,
1.31.47.
I guess since this is all they're going to do,
And it does appear to be.
we'll go ahead and call it an evening. So
Page 15, single witness corroboration.
I'm going to stop sharing the screen real quick and turn it off and put myself back up here. We don't know yet. Moth doing laser. Hello and welcome. We don't know if she's guilty or not yet. We won't find out until the jury decides. So, hey, Carolyn. I've listened but missed a day. Did they ever ask Hannah where she kept her gun at? It was on her hip in a holster. Yes, yes, yes. That's where it was at. So she apparently did not go back to her Jeep to retrieve it. She had it on her to begin with. Yeah, I know what you mean, Deborah. Deborah says every witness basically said the same thing about the vehicles and her behavior. Even though Tucker is awful, I'm not sure how another attorney could give her a better defense. I don't know, but it would be worth a shot. I mean, if they try to appeal and they see holes, then in her level of defense that she got, then it's very probable. It's very probable. All right. Yes, Carolyn. Is it Carolyn or Caroline? Georgia is a conceal and carry state. Or carry and conceal. Is it conceal and carry or carry and conceal? Anyway, I'm going to get out of here and, yeah. do the normal things, and I will see you guys back here at 9 in the morning. So, I'm going to be working on this new channel, so adding it, and as soon as it's ready to go, then I will let you guys know. But I appreciate all of the likes and subscribes and all the comments and everything. So anyway, I hope you guys have an amazing night. Please hit the thumbs up before you leave, and be safe, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.